Good morning. The Committee on Parole's call to order today is Wednesday, December 13th, 2023 at 8 a.m. and we are at BOSSIER. My name is JERROL, serving as chairman of today's parole panel. My colleagues on the panel seated to my left, Mr. Alvin Roche, and to my right, Mrs. Bonnie Jackson. With the staff here, we are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. With the staff here, introduce yourself for the record, please.
Hello. Sure. Whitney Trosclair, Denise Evans.
And our first remote location this morning is BOSSIER, as I mentioned. Would the staff at BOSSIER please introduce yourself for the record?
It's Lieutenant Todd Roberts, security.
All right, Lieutenant Roberts, thanks for accommodating us this morning. And this is Mr. Clayton.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clayton, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Michael Clayton Jr., 491015.
Right, Mr. Clayton, we're here for a parole revocation decision this morning. I'm going to read the allegations against you and you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a discussion about your plea. But first, do you have a parole revocation questionnaire there with you? Yeah. We're going to put it up on the screen. Stand by just a second. Is that yours? You recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom, dated September 19th of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good. And before we get started, I want to acknowledge that your mother and your stepfather are here and they both want to speak on your behalf. And we're going to ask them to do so at the appropriate time.
Yes, ma'am.
First, as I said, I'll read the allegations against you, after which you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. And you can enter guilty, you can guilty with a statement or not guilty with a statement also.
Yes, ma'am.
To the correct page. Okay, you're accused of violating the conditions of parole, specifically condition number 2. You failed to submit monthly supervision reports or report to your parole officer per your parole conditions. You've not reported since February 1st of 2022. How do you plead to violating condition number 2?
Guilty.
Okay. Next is condition number 4. And there's 3 different allegations on condition number 4. First, on April 14, 2023, you committed a new felony offense of domestic abuse battery, aggravated assault, which was dismissed based on the affidavit from the victim. You pled guilty to resisting an officer on September 7, 2023, and were sentenced to 6 months in the parish jail. How do you plead to violating that instance of condition number 4?
Can I make a statement?
You can plead. I need your plea, and we'll add that you're going to make a statement, but we'll do that at the end. So is it guilty or not guilty?
Yes, ma'am. I pled to a misdemeanor.
No, I'm asking you today, how do you plead to violating that condition of parole? Guilty or not guilty?
I don't understand how I'm supposed to answer that, ma'am. If I
You have to make a plea of guilty or not guilty. The allegations I read was an allegation that you violated condition number 4 because of the arrest April 14, 2023. We understand the domestic abuse battery was dismissed based on the affidavit from the victim, but you pled guilty to resisting an officer in that same instance on September 7, 2023, and received a month parish jail sentence.
Yes, ma'am. I plead guilty.
You plead guilty to violating condition number 4 with a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
With a statement. Okay. Next is another instance of condition number 4, which states on March 23rd, 2023, you committed a domestic abuse battery according to BOSSIER City Police, and the victim received an injury from a bottle thrown at her face. A warrant was requested by BOSSIER City Police, but the charges were dismissed due to the victim affidavit. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4 in that instance?
Guilty.
You want to make a statement at the end?
Yes, ma'am.
I will note guilty with a statement. Okay, another instance of condition number 4, which states on October 22nd, 2022, Bossier City report indicated that you grabbed the victim by the neck. Bruises were located on her arm. There have been no charges filed as of this date in that instance, but how do you plead to violating condition number 4 on October 22nd, 2022?
Not guilty.
Okay. Next is condition number 6. It states you have not submitted any proof of employment. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Next is condition number 8. You failed to submit to drug screens as your whereabouts were unknown until your arrest on or about April 14th, 2023. How do you plead to violating condition number 8?
Guilty.
And then last is condition number 10. You failed to pay supervision fees as directed by your parole release certificate. You're currently $1,260 in arrears. How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Okay. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Roche, which you can make your statements to him. He'll ask you for them.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Clayton.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, Mr. Clayton, sit back, relax, and we're gonna have a conversation.
Yes, yes, sir.
May I call you Michael?
Yes, sir.
Now, Michael, you said you wanted to make statements on all the charges. So make your statement on number 2. You failed to submit monthly reports.
Oh, yes, sir. Well, when I got out, I had did a 5-year sentence, and I really wasn't. I was more worried.
Go ahead.
Okay, he was fixing something. I wasn't in the mind frame I'm in now. I was gone 5 years, so I was kind of like I was missing something. So I was like, I was more about worrying about catching up with the street life than worrying about doing what I had to do to, you know.
How long have you been out?
How long have I been in jail this time?
No, how long have you been out? How long were you out before you were
I was out 15 months.
You was out 15 months and you couldn't get it together in 15 months.
Well, I tried. I even enrolled in a rehab recovery center, New Day Recovery Center in Monroe. I went there and I tried, and you know, when I came home, I got it together for about a month or two, and I even talked to my parole officer. I called him when I was there and told him that I enrolled, and man, I didn't have Jesus in my life. I'm just gonna, you know, now since I've come to jail this time, I've reading the Bible for the first time, and I actually get it. And my kids were in Houston at the time of when I was doing my 5-year sentence. So when I came home, they weren't here. And
How long have you been incarcerated this time?
8, almost 9 months.
So you've been in jail since the early part of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the pattern of domestic abuse that I see, even though the charges were dismissed, and the third case was not even charged. I see a pattern where I see smoke, there's always fire. So tell me about your anger management problem.
Well, that's kind of what I was just speaking on. You know, I'm not perfect. I'm not gonna sit up here and place the blame on her like it was all on her. You know, I mean, I didn't touch her. I didn't hit her. You know, so that's why she dismissed the charges, was I didn't hit her. Like we was having some problems from where I was being a little promiscuous, and I was seeing other women, and she didn't like that, and you know, and I don't blame her. But I've been working on my anger issues with the Bible. The Bible is teaching me how to live. It's teaching me everything I need to know on how to live and how to present myself, how to live, you know, and I just you know, I just asked for a little mercy today.
So you can see that you had some domestic problems in your relationship.
I mean, yes, we argued a lot. We argued a lot. Like I said, I wasn't perfect. I mean, I don't want to place all the blame on her because it was me too. You know, you know, I was what they say is I was a woman, a ladies' man, and I couldn't keep it in my pants, and she.
Okay. Now, Mr. Clayton, you didn't show up for a drug screen. So tell me about your drug problem.
Well, I mean,
when did you first start using illegal drugs?
well, I've been smoking weed since I was like 12. So I really don't have so much as a drug problem. I just have a keeping it in my pants problem. You know, and
okay, so you've never used anything stronger than marijuana?
Yes, sir, I have, but I had, you know, spurts of where I tried different drugs, and you know, I've tried.
So you're drug addict?
Recovering.
Okay.
Drug addict. Yes, sir. I mean, I haven't.
Did you complete the outpatient treatment that you were talking about earlier?
Did I finish it?
Yes.
I didn't.
Why?
I was ready to get back to the women.
So you proclaimed yourself cured before the program was over, and you were more interested about other aspects of life than your drug addiction.
The tablet was skipping, sir. You kind of skipped out a little bit.
I said you were more interested about other aspects of your life in curing your drug addiction.
I mean, I don't feel like I have a drug addiction, sir. I do drug. I smoke weed.
Most drug addicts don't.
I mean, but like I said, sir, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like I said when we start talking, I'm a totally different guy. I'm not the same guy. I've never accepted Jesus as my savior until this time when I came to jail this time, and I'm not the same person at all. Like you know, I don't want that life anymore. I won't.
Mr. Clayton, let's move on to another topic. You were released for 15 months. Where were you employed?
I work for Burger King, and I work for Burden Lawn Service. Actually, I was working there when I got arrested. I had a job.
Did you have a full-time job?
Yeah.
All 15 months that you were released?
maybe 8 months out of the 15.
Okay, so why didn't you pay your supervision fees?
It's no excuse, sir.
Because $1,260 seemed like all 15 months that you were on supervision, you never paid any fees.
There's no excuse, sir. I could have. I just didn't because I wasn't worried about paying the fees. I was worried about running the streets. I'm just gonna be real. I'm not gonna lie about it. I mean, I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do, sir. But if I just get another chance, sir, to show y'all that I can, I mean, I can do it. You know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, Mr. Clayton,
Yes, ma'am.
You have 2 burglary convictions, a simple burglary and a burglary of an inhabited dwelling, as well as a monetary instrument abuse charge. Why were you committing those crimes?
I was young and dumb.
No, that's not why you were committing the crimes.
I don't even remember what year that was, ma'am. I mean, I was.
And you also had a possession of cocaine. And usually when we see someone committing burglaries and they have a drug charge, they're committing those burglaries to get money to buy drugs.
That was years ago, ma'am.
That's what you're on parole for. So I mean, my point is, you seem to be in denial about your substance issues.
No, ma'am, I'm not in denial. I'm a changed man.
You've only been in jail 8 months. You've not had any programming, nothing has changed.
Yes, ma'am, I have. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, ma'am. I'm sorry. But I have had programming, ma'am.
In the last 8 months?
The Bible, yes, ma'am. That's the best program I've ever had in my life, ma'am.
Sir, you know what? Jesus is gonna still be there whenever you get out. Let's see if you're still there. That's all I have.
Mr. Clayton, is there any current relationship with Miss Sapling?
I mean, no, ma'am. She's not my girlfriend.
Yeah, that's just, and so there's no contact with her.
Yes, she puts money on my books. She called, I talked to her. She puts money on my books. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, we'll hear from your parents. We'd first like to hear from your mother, Miss Valerie. Can you unmute? Yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning.
I really don't know where to begin. I do see change in my son. I know that he's been there only 8 months, and he hasn't had to face some of the obstacles that comes your way as you're living in society. But you've heard the saying that a mother knows her son. This is the first time that I have seen him in this capacity where I believe that he would be able to do what he was called to do from the beginning. The last time that he was placed on probation, I think he would do a better job at it at this time. As far as the anger I heard you guys bring up, I would like to see some anger management, if that is possible.
Thank you, ma'am. So we'd like to hear from Mr. Curry.
Good morning. I haven't been in Michael Clayton's life his entire life. I've been married to his mother for 15 years, and I've seen him unfortunately spiral, living on the streets, as he had mentioned, doing some really bad things. There were some events that led up to him going to jail years ago for the burglary. And at that time, I really cut ties with Michael as far as just the way he just didn't want to take any kind of recommendations, even though we were trying to help him out. As my wife's mentioned, he's been in jail now for 8 months. And where before, previous times in jail, he would call his mother, and I would be very upset at how he spoke with his mother. Very, very aggressive, more of a demanding type when he wanted things. It was never truly about seeing how she was doing. But in the last 8 months, I know you heard my son say that he's read the Bible, he's found Jesus. Now he's played games with me before where I've sat and prayed with him on the phone and all this other stuff, but I've never seen him so adamant about his faith. He's actually teaching Bible studies in the jail. Now that doesn't make up for all that he's done wrong. I do believe he has had an addiction problem. Absolutely. I believe he does have anger issues. I do believe that if he is released, that there should be some mandated events that he goes to, such as anger management or some type of addiction counseling to help him in his transition. But I do side with his mother in that there has been verifiable change out where I would not allow him into my house before he went to jail. If he were to get out of jail today, I would most definitely welcome him into my house and help him to get back on his feet and to, work to improve his anger management, work to build resilience to the addictions that he's had in the past and try to get him on a good path to do some things the right way.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate the support and we appreciate you being here with us today. Thank you, sir. Mr. Clayton, is there anything you'd like to say before we vote?
Ma'am.
Okay, we're prepared to vote. Mr. Roche?
I need to call for executive session.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second for executive session. I do concur, so we have a unanimous vote to convene an executive session to discuss confidential matters. Stand by. We'll be right back. All right, Mr. Clayton, we are back in regular session and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Roche.
Mr. Clayton,
Yes, sir.
after interviewing you, I don't think you're ready to be released. You need anger management. You need domestic abuse training. You need substance abuse treatment. So based on your guilty pleas to violating condition number 2, number 4, number 6, number 8, and 10, I'm going to revoke your supervision.
Mrs. Jackson.
All right, Mr. Clayton, I've listened to you, I've heard what you said, and hopefully you're on the right path, but I still think there's some denial with you in terms of your substance abuse issues. I think you can benefit from some more programming, particularly the substance abuse and the domestic violence program. You're fortunate that you're in BOSSIER because both of those programs are available to you. And we're gonna make the recommendation that you be placed in the Steve Hoyle program, if you qualify for that, as well as to complete the domestic violence program. And once you've done those programs, reapply, and your outcome will probably be different, but today, I really don't think you're ready. And so my vote today would be to deny, but with a recommendation for Steve Hoyle and the domestic violence program.
Mr. Clayton, have you asked for the opportunity for the treatment program? Have you asked for it?
I wasn't in this facility. I'm in a facility across the street, and they don't have it over there.
No, I know. Did you have to ask? Did you ask?
I mean, I was trying, I wanted to come home.
No, you haven't asked. But anyway, I do agree with my colleagues. I'm pleased to hear from your parents that you seem to be doing better. I'm pleased to hear from you that you're deepening your faith and you're doing some Bible studies. I don't think you're ready yet, though. I agree with my colleagues. I believe there's some denial and you have a severe need for treatment to address your addiction, not only to the substance, but to women. So my vote today is to deny with the same recommendation. Reapply, sir, when you have the opportunity to take those programs. Good luck to you, sir. And that concludes, Lieutenant Roberts, that concludes our business at BOSSIER. We're going to sign off at 8:29. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day. All right. Go back. Holding time.
They say up there on the side of the green box.
All right, Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Lincoln Detention Center on Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. And is there any staff there in the room with you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like to get the staff to introduce themselves, please.
Yes, ma'am. This is Captain Williams.
All right, Captain, thanks for accommodating us today.
Thank you.
Mr. Griffin, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
You introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number, please, sir.
Kelvin Griffin, 441257.
I'm saying yes, sir, that's it. And do you have a parole revocation questionnaire? I don't see one. Can you put it up on the screen?
No, ma'am.
Okay, look, we're gonna put it up on the screen. Is that, you recognize that form?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated November 8th of this year?
Yes.
Okay, so we're here for a revocation decision this morning, Mr. Griffin. I'm gonna read the allegations against you and then you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty. Then we'll have a discussion about your plea.
All right.
You're accused of violating the conditions of your parole, specifically condition number 2, which says, I will submit a monthly report by the 5th of every month until I complete my supervisions. I will also report to my parole officer when ordered to do so. You stated that you did violate these conditions of your parole by absconding supervision. How do you plead to violating number 2?
Guilty.
Then we have condition number 4, which states you are arrested on April 25th, 2023 for domestic abuse battery. On September 6th, 2023, you were convicted of domestic abuse battery, first offense, and you were sentenced to 6 months in the parish jail. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Then we have condition number 8, which states, I will submit myself to available medical, mental health, or substance abuse exams, treatment, or both when ordered to do so by parole officer. Also, I'll submit to drug and alcohol screens at my own expense. You stated you're guilty of this condition because you absconded from supervision. How do you plead to violating condition number 8?
Guilty.
Condition number 9 says, I agree to visits at my residence or place of employment by my parole officer at any time. I also agree to searches of my person, property, residence, and or vehicle when reasonable suspicion exists that I am or have been engaged in criminal activity. You stated you're guilty of this condition because you absconded from supervision. How do you plead to violating condition number 9?
Guilty.
We have condition number 10, finally. It says, I will pay supervision fees in an amount set by the Louisiana Department of Corrections. Payments are due on the first day of each month. You stated you're guilty of this condition because you absconded supervision and did not pay on your financial obligations. How do you plead to violating condition number 10?
Guilty.
Okay. Mr. Griffin, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Jackson. Would you answer her questions?
Good morning, Mr. Griffin. When I read your file, my first question is, why are we here? Why are we having a hearing in light of the fact that you admitted to most of the violations? You pled not guilty to Rule 4, but you actually went to trial and you were found guilty. You were paroled in January of 22. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was January 9th of 22.
Is that
Paperwork said. So
Well,
how long How long did you serve on that 17-year sentence?
No, that ain't me though.
I'm- You're right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me find. I am sorry. I'm sorry. When did you get paroled?
What, November last year?
November of 22?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you get arrested on or put a parole hold placed on you?
April, I think it was like April the 20th something, April the 27th.
Of 23. So really, you're only out about 6 months. What happened? Why didn't you report? Why didn't you do the things you needed to do to stay out of jail?
I just had to change the address.
No, it's more than that. I mean, you absconded, which means you didn't show up and report to them. They didn't know where you were. And if you had a change of address, it was your responsibility to notify them, right?
I know.
Why didn't you do that?
I ain't had no reason to miss it.
And then obviously you didn't submit to treatment. So why didn't you go into treatment?
I ain't supposed to go into treatment.
No, I'm just saying that's Rule 8. And you pled guilty to that.
I was never supposed to go to treatment. I just was out on parole.
How do you know if you never went in to talk to them?
I went to Monroe. I reported to Monroe. I just didn't report to Ruston. I ain't have an address, a valuable address.
How many times did you report to parole?
One. That one first time when you get out.
Exactly. And then you dropped off the radar. What are you on parole for?
Distribution.
Right, and your full term date is in 2030, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not helping me try to help you, Mr. Griffin. You're not giving me any reasonable explanation for why you didn't make an effort to do what you needed to do to stay out of prison.
I admit to the violations. I just didn't have a valuable address.
Well, when you paroled, you had to provide an address when you paroled.
Yes, but when I got out, by the time I had got out, it was changed the address, so I never did just
Well,
go back.
whose address did you give?
My mother, she has a new one now. I got the new one, but
again, where did you lay your head the first night you got out of jail?
at the address, the new one,
Why didn't you notify probation and parole? My mom moved and this is where I'm living.
I was just going through something out there. I was just moving too fast.
What? Going through what? Everybody goes through some stuff.
Well, we had really went on good terms like that,
So your mama put you out?
basically.
Why?
Because I guess it was too much dealing with this. I guess I've been through it too many times.
Well, obviously you weren't doing what you felt like you should be doing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're probably causing a disruption in her household. You know, it takes a lot for a mama to put you out. Right?
Yes.
Did you ever work during that period of time?
Yes.
Doing what?
At the House of Wafer.
At the what?
House of Wafer chicken plant.
Okay, and when did you start working there?
Like in December?
And how long did you work there?
I worked up there like 3, 4 months.
And why did you stop working there?
Transportation.
How were you getting there before?
I was catching a ride with a friend.
Right? Uh, did you ever report to your parole officer that you were working?
No, ma'am, when he came out here, but not when I was out.
Or you just kind of, it sounds like you just kind of blew off this whole parole thing. You didn't make
But
any.
I kind of knew it was going to come to this.
Well, so you knew when you got out of jail that you were gonna fail on parole? Is that what you're telling?
No, I ain't playing that. I just knew when I had missed the first 2 months, it was kind of going to be hard to, ain't no available address.
Well, but there are a lot of people who are homeless or who are between places. And your parole officer is a resource. They can sometimes help you find a place to live. They can help you, but you've got to do something to help yourself. Like reporting to them, letting them know, I don't live there anymore. I don't have a place to live. They wouldn't arrest you for that.
Yeah, but I probably still came back on the technical.
Okay, well, that's all I have.
You don't have a real positive outlook, do you?
Yes, ma'am. I got an address. I got things kind of figured out now a little better.
Who you gonna let, who, with who? When you're working at the chicken place, who are you living with?
My friend.
The guy that was giving you a ride?
No, me and my girlfriend had a place.
So you got out of jail, you got a job. Did your mom kick you out because you were using drugs again or dealing drugs again?
Nah.
No. Okay. Anything you want to say to us?
No, ma'am.
Right. You didn't give us much to work with today. I think we're prepared to vote, Mrs. Jackson.
All right, Mr. Griffin, I don't know what to do with you other than to revoke you. You're either pled guilty or were found guilty of all of the violations. You didn't make any effort whatsoever to try to comply with the conditions of your parole. You just didn't give us anything to work with today. So the only option I have is to vote to revoke you. And to return you to prison.
Mr. Rushing.
Mr. Griffin, I find you guilty of violating all conditions of your supervision that you were charged with. Therefore, I'm revoking your supervision.
Mr. Griffin, you didn't give us a lot to work with today. I do agree with my colleagues. My vote today is to revoke you parole. Good luck to you, sir. Start thinking about your transition.
All right.
You'll have another opportunity to come back, but you need to get some things in order, get it in place so that whenever you get out again, and you will, you'll be successful. Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Lincoln, so we're going to sign off at 8:44. Thanks so much for accommodating us.
Thank you.
Good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Livingston Parish. Today is Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. It's 8:47 a.m. Would the staff there at Livingston introduce yourself for the record, please? I'm sorry, you need to unmute your microphone. No.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Sergeant Gomez, Jennifer Gomez, Livingston Parish Sheriff's Office.
All right, Sergeant Gomez, thanks for accommodating us today. And we have Mr. Burgess.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how you pronounce it?
It's Burgess, yes, ma'am.
Burgess. All right, sir, we're here for a revocation decision. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Jonathan Burgess, 483043.
Okay, and is that a parole revocation questionnaire you're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page dated October 18th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you ready to proceed this morning? Without counsel. That says you're not eligible for appointed counsel. So you ready to proceed?
I don't need counsel. I don't need.
Okay. So I'll read the allegations against you and then we'll talk about, you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, ready?
All right.
So you're accused of violating condition number 4, and it states you were arrested on April 13th, 2023 by Livingston Parish and charged with resisting an officer in domestic abuse battery, first offense, household member. On November 9th, 2023, the count 1, which was the domestic abuse battery of the household member, was dismissed because your mother didn't appear in court. Count 2, resisting an officer, you entered a plea of no contest and the court accepted the plea and sentenced you to 30 days parish prison, credit for time served. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Okay, let's move to it says number 8, condition number 8. You were ordered to enroll in inpatient substance abuse treatment and you failed to do so. How do you plead to violating condition number 8?
Not guilty. When I tried to go, they wouldn't accept me.
Wait. So you're pleading not guilty with a statement?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
We'll take the statement in a minute. We just got to get through the pleas first. Next is condition number 9. You failed to reside at your residence of record in that you left your address of record and failed to notify your parole officer of your whereabouts. How do you plead to violating condition number 9?
Not guilty.
And then lastly, condition number 10, you failed to submit any payments toward your supervision fees since your release on good time parole supervision. How do you plead to violating number 10?
Not guilty.
Okay. All right. So you pled guilty in court in November to resisting an officer, right? Or you didn't plead guilty, you pled no contest. And you got a sentence of 30 days.
I'm not sure.
So condition number 4 is being involved in criminal activity. And so you pled guilty to violating condition number 4, which involved the domestic abuse allegation and this one that you just were found guilty and had received a sentence. Tell us about the domestic abuse charge.
I mean, there's really not that much to tell. My mother accused me of something I didn't do. I'm really not sure what she was doing that day, but I don't think she was in her right mind. All I did was go to the bedroom, shut the door, try to get away from her. I wouldn't talk to her, so she called the cops on me. Other than that, I couldn't tell you. I mean, I don't know.
Do you have a drug problem?
No, ma'am. No, I don't use. That's what I'm telling you. I don't use.
Your original charge was possession of meth, 2 counts, possession of a firearm and aggravated battery. Right? Yes or no?
I'm not sure.
You're on parole, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then as I look through the notes in your discussions with your parole officer since your release, let's see, you were released on good time in March of 2022. And then it looks like in June of 2022, there was some discussion about you going to Edgeville Recovery Center. Why were you going to go there if you don't have a drug problem?
Okay, the parole officer wanted me to go to a sober house because my address was kind of messed up. Me and my mother wasn't getting along at the time. And when I tried to go, they wouldn't take me because of my Medicaid. I didn't have Medicaid. So I was working on trying to get that. Then
Yeah, well, okay, I see that. I see that. You have, and then you and your family, I think, have a positive COVID test or something. Then you were going to go to the refinery, and then you were arrested in September for unauthorized use of a movable, which was, I believe, your mother's. Then later in September, you started setting fires around the house where your parents lived. So what was going on with that?
I couldn't tell you. I had no idea. I ain't never known nothing about that. I never set no fire by no house. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, then you were, let's see, you were trying to get in treatment or sober living when you were released from Livingston in February of 2023. And March, you still weren't in treatment. Then you had this arrest for the domestic abuse in April of 2023. There's some indication that you have a serious drug problem, and you say you don't?
I don't have no serious drug problem, no ma'am. I'm clean. My plans when I get out there, try to get out there, get me a job, maybe try to find me a sober living, somewhere where I can have some structure to go to, because staying at my mama's apparently is somewhere that I need to be full term at. So I would like to try to find me somewhere where I can have a transportation.
So listen, when you got out in March, did you get a job?
I didn't have a chance to. That's what I was trying to tell you. I wound up back in here and I never had a chance to do it.
How long you been in jail?
Almost a year.
You've been in jail since April of 2023. You got out on good time in March of 2022. Did you get a job in 2022?
I temporarily worked, yes, ma'am. I temporarily worked, then I didn't have transportation. That job didn't use me anymore. I didn't have transportation, so that was my reason for not having a job.
Where did you work?
I was working with my daddy temporary, and he didn't have that much work for me to do. It was just a bad.
What kind of work was it?
It was doing machine work, building like race car motors and stuff like that.
Machine work, you say?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you in jail before you got out on good time?
Maybe 3 years.
You take any programs?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Where were you? Where'd you release from?
Concordia Parish.
And was there any programs there for you?
Completed them.
What?
Hang on, what was it? Parenting and a substance abuse class I did.
When's the last time you had a drug test screened?
Years ago. It's been a long time. I don't use, that's what I'm telling you, I'm clean. So.
You know, you don't do real well on supervision. You're a fourth felony offender. You've been revoked at least 4 times. You've absconded, and you just wind up back in jail every time. Why is that?
I'm not sure. Can't really see.
You haven't given that any thought?
I think I just need to go to sober living or something to do some structured living, have a little bit more structure where I can have,
How did you say you don't do drugs? You used to do drugs. How did you address your drug addiction? You haven't, have you?
I haven't. Well, I don't know.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. I don't know. Sergeant Gomez, do you know this young man?
Only from coming in and out the facility at some point, different points in my career.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate you setting us up today.
No problem. And he's not a disciplinary issue here either, because I do all disciplinary for the facility.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you. He does good with structure, as he says.
Mm.
All right, Mr. Burgess, I don't see any other questions, so we're gonna be voting. Is there anything you want to say to us before we vote?
I just ask y'all to just, I guess, just give me a chance to get out there and try to get myself together. Like, I'm gonna find, I mean, it's my word, I'm gonna find somewhere where I can get transportation, find me a job and get around more positive people, because if it ain't positive, I don't want nobody around me. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm done with being around all the foolishness. I'm trying to make a better person out of myself. I mean, other than that, that's it.
Good to hear. It's good to hear. I do think you need some help, though. I don't, based on your record at least, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but when I look at your record, there's no real evidence that's gonna happen for you. I think you need some help. My vote today is gonna be based on the history, based on, I find you guilty of violating the conditions of your parole. So my vote today is gonna be to revoke your parole, and I'm gonna make a recommendation to the DOC that you be afforded work release opportunity. Have you ever asked for that? Are you a habitual offender? No?
I haven't, no, ma'am.
You know, that would help you out some to get you a little better prepared, so you have a little money when you get out, and maybe you can keep a job, that kind of thing. But, you know, that's my vote today. Mr. Roche.
Madam Chairman, I find him guilty of violating all of the conditions of his parole supervision contract. Therefore, I'm revoking his supervision.
Mrs. Jackson.
The same, finding guilty and revoke the supervision.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you've got some work to do. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. We're gonna sign off at 8:59. All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Louisiana State Penitentiary on Wednesday, December 13th, 2023. It is 9:08 a.m. My name is RONALD, serving as chairman today. Mr. Alvin Roche, my colleague, is on the panel. He's seated to my left. Mrs. Bonnie Jackson is also a member of today's panel. She is seated to my right. Stand by just a moment. We're getting some folks in the room here. Once everybody gets seated and comfortable, we'll get started. I guess we could go ahead and ask Louisiana State Penitentiary staff to please introduce yourself for the record.
Deputy Warden Tracy Balgu. Reginald Lamoureux, classification.
Carmen Chipley, Offender Records.
Okay, and so we have before us Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Okay, would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number, please?
Lawrence Jacobs, 302521.
And I see, Mr. Jacobs, you're represented by counsel today. Counsel, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Josh Schwartz. I'm here to represent Lawrence Jacobs.
All right. And will you wrap it up for us at the end?
Yes, I will defer till the end.
Okay. And let me just acknowledge the folks who've joined us. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, Shirley Poole, J.C. Johnson Jr., Lawrence Jacobs Sr., Annie Cole, Betty Jacobs, Yolanda Edwards, Larry Edwards, Zoe David Lane, Catherine Knight. There at the penitentiary, we have Tiffany T., Viola Williams, Lisa Latham, Billy Latham, Josh Schwartz. Oh, I got you, Mr. Schwartz. I'm sorry. Loretta Kendrick, Susan Johnson, Sydney Morton, and Jessica Williams. Thanks everybody for coming today. We have also here in opposition a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson, Mr. Randy Meyer, representing the victim, Sandra Mensman and Ward Mensman Jr. Bernita Softly with the Capitals Appeals Project is here. And we also have a victim advocate, Ms. Ann Lelowin. So anybody who has indicated they'd like to speak will be allowed to do so at the appropriate time. And let me just make a correction. I see Mr. Hunley here. He's representing the Parole Project this morning. We'll call on him at the appropriate time as well. First, Mr. Jacobs, I'm going to read some identifying information, ask you to confirm it, and then I'll turn it over to Mr. Roche. Your case has been assigned to him this morning. He'll take the lead on the interview. So, Mr. Jacobs, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish. For armed robbery, April 1st, 2003, you received a 25-year sentence. And then October 6, 2020, 2-count second-degree murder, life sentence on each, and those sentences are running consecutive. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roche. Please answer his questions.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Jacobs. How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Mr. Roche?
Good, I'm fine. Thank you for asking. Mr. Jacobs, I'm going to present some facts and then we'll have a conversation, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jacobs, you're currently 44 years old.
Excuse me?
You're currently 44 years old.
Yes, sir.
And what was the age at the time you committed this offense?
16.
16. So basically, you've been incarcerated for what, 27 years?
Yes, sir.
And you're first felony offender, and you classified as a juvenile lifer because you was convicted of this crime and sentenced to life without benefit, probation, and parole before the age of 18.
Yes, sir.
And what we're looking for today is a level of maturity and rehabilitation over the last 27 years. So let's get started. Tell us about the programs that you've completed in the last 27 years.
I have completed 100 hours. I have completed Thinking for a Change. I have completed substance abuse. I have completed victim awareness. I have completed, I have got a degree in culinary arts. I have certification in welding. I'm currently in the Bible college. We just finished our semester, so I may have one class left that I will continue to finish if this board grants me parole, to get my bachelor's and associate degree in theology. I have completed trauma healing. I have completed the Compassion Institute. I have completed,
it's a very long list. So
yes, sir.
we get the gist, and I just wanted to put into the record a few of the things that you've completed. Tell us about any community service that you performed in the last 10 or 15 years.
I have dealt with a marathon that we have annually here in Angola. I have been in the Life of Christ play. I've been at a drama club where we perform for the hospice programs. I have been in our Islamic community. We give back to the community here in Angola annually. I've been in a lot of different community affairs, talk with kids coming up here, but being with the drama club, the youth, basically just advocating and giving them my story so they don't follow in my footsteps. That's about it.
Tell us about any organizations that you participate in on a regular basis.
I'm in the Islamic community. I'm in JCs. I'm in, I deal with toy shop.
How long have you been working with the toy shop?
I've been working with the toy shop for the last like several years, like not in the, as far as making the toys, the bikes, but like I work for them as far as the concession for when visitation, we cook the breakfast for the visitors when they come up here, things like that.
Okay. Any Toastmasters?
And the pause program, I've been in the pause program.
Okay. That's a wonderful program. I think you prepare the dogs for the veterans and disabled.
Yes, sir.
Any Toastmaster?
No, sir. I had took JC speak up class before.
Okay. Tell us what level of trustee are you?
Right now, I had this Friday, I had just got recommended for trustee this last Friday. So I don't know if the process is finished yet, but I got recommended for C-class trustee this past Friday.
So you're not even a C-class trustee as of now.
As of now, no.
Okay.
Just recommended.
What is your current job at Louisiana State Penitentiary?
I currently have 2 jobs. I'm a senior at the Bible College and I work at the hospital at night. Those are the 2 jobs that I hold.
What are you doing at the hospital at night?
I'm an orderly and I help out with the patients at nighttime in wards when they need help.
So you're on a night shift at the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
Okay. And you mentioned culinary, any other vocational skills that you've obtained while incarcerated?
Welding, I have certification in NCER, welding. Those are two boat techs.
So let's talk about drugs and alcohol. Did drugs or alcohol play any part in this offense?
No, sir.
Have you ever used illegal drugs?
Yes, sir.
At what age did you start?
13,
And what did you start with?
marijuana.
Did you graduate to anything stronger?
No, sir. Unless you consider alcohol stronger.
No, I'm talking about marijuana, heroin, meth.
No, sir.
How long did you use marijuana?
Up until I got incarcerated.
So for 3 years.
Yes, sir.
When's the last time you used marijuana?
Up until I got incarcerated, like right before I got incarcerated.
27 years you've been incarcerated, you've never received a write-up for intoxication.
No, sir.
But tell us exactly why Lawrence Jacob is incarcerated today. What did you do?
October, first of all, I just want to
Sir, just answer my question.
yes, sir.
What did you do?
October 31st, 1996, I was a runaway living at 4012 North Dales, and I woke that morning with the intention to go rob, because I was trying to support myself, and I left that house, and my co-defendant, Roy Bridgewater, came out behind me, asked me where I was going, and I told him what I was going to do. He asked, could he come along with me? I said, yeah, you can come. So we went over to the next neighborhood, and we ran across a woman named Brenda Menard. She was outside her house. Our intentions were to rob her at first, but she kind of seen that, you know, we was up to no good, so she kept her distance, and she was like really just asking us why we wasn't in school. And so I felt that she kind of knew that we was up to no good, so I told Roy, let's go. So once we started to leave, I felt she was gonna call the police, so I was going back to my friend's house. Upon us leaving the neighborhood, we seen Mr. Nelson Bowe by his van, and me and Roy agreed to go rob him. So we went up to him and we asked him the question about where a certain street was, using the street that we just came off that Brenda Menard was on. So once he turned and pointed to that street, we came up with our guns and asked him to step into the garage, and then ultimately to his house. We asked him, was anybody else in the house? He said his mother was in the kitchen. So I went and got his mother and brought her in a bedroom with him. And then Roy told me to go search the house for any valuables and electronics, things that we can sell. So he held them at gunpoint, and I went to ransack the house looking for things, valuables. So I accumulated the valuables and brought them into the bedroom. And then Roy said we had enough valuables we needed to use the van. So we asked Nelson where the keys was to the van. He said he dropped them outside when we put our guns out on him. So I went outside to search for the keys for the van, and I found them. I opened up the van door and began to load up the van. So once I loaded up the van with all the valuables, I went back into the house. I told Roy I'm about to get the phones they wouldn't call the police once we leave. Roy told me to go and start the van, that they wasn't gonna call the police. So I went to go start the van, but before I made it to the van, I heard the gunshots. So I ran and jumped in the van. I started the van, then Roy came running out the house and he jumped in the van. And I went to back up out the yard, but I was so, nervous and shaken from what just happened. And I asked him, what happened? And he told me that they seen our face. And I just couldn't drive, so we switched seats. And at that time, right then and there, I just knew I was responsible for 2 people dying. And so he drove us to his house. And that's how the murder happened with Mr. Nelson and Miss Delabo.
So you weren't even in the house when it happened?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna read you a statement that you made at the time you were arrested. This is your statement at the time you were arrested. And you were arrested on November 3rd. November 3rd of that year, right? A couple of days after.
Yes, sir.
Lawrence Jacobs Jr. arrived at the Detective Bureau with his father. Jacobs admitted being with Roy Bridgewater on the date of the homicides. He advised the intention was to go in and rob the victims. During the robbery, Bridgewater shot the victims because his face had been seen too much. The stolen property and weapons were found at Bridgewater's house. Later, on the same date, Bridgewater asked to speak to the officer. He admitted being with Jacobs on the morning of the murders, and he said they were in fact with the female early. He admitted seeing Nelson Burge near the garage of his home, but Jacobs went in to rob the man himself. Bridgewater claimed he left the scene. When talking to Jacobs later showed up at Bridgewater's house in the raid van. When questioning Jacobs again, he admitted to robbing the victims of the van, and later he admitted shooting them. Bridgewater stated he got into the van and drove across the bridge to New Orleans and disposed of the van. This report says that you admitted robbing the victim.
Sir.
The report I'm reading is the actual police report where you admitted to the police in 1996 that you actually shot the victims.
No, sir.
Okay, so this report I have is wrong.
My lawyer will clarify, that wasn't my statement, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
The full statement by Mr. Jacobs, I don't know if that's a transcription mistake switching the names, but the full statement from Mr. Jacobs in the police file, he only gave one statement to the police. Mr. Bridgewater gave 4 or 5 different statements. The full statement is entirely consistent with what he just told the board. at which point the statement ends, and there was not another statement. I don't know if that's a switching of the names, but the full statement in the file, which I have, and I know Miss Softly in Baton Rouge has, that was the full and only statement that Mr. Jacobs gave, and it was entirely consistent with what he told the board.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, Mr. Jacobs. Let's talk about your disciplinary conduct. How's your disciplinary conduct?
I haven't had a write-up in 2 years. My last write-up was an altered tablet in November.
Dealing with the JPA system, right?
Yes, sir.
Some fraudulent activity on a JPA?
Yes, sir.
Which is a very serious offense.
Yes, sir.
You also had 17 or 18 other write-ups in the last 10 years. Very serious infractions, including aggravated sex offenses, contraband, and there were 3 or 4 write-ups involving with the JPEG fraud activity. You had unauthorized apps, and then you were selling your hardware online, which is a serious infraction of BOC rules.
Yes, sir.
I don't see the maturity of that. You had been incarcerated 25 years, and you were still committing infractions, serious infractions, while you were incarcerated. I would look for at least 3 to 5 years of write-up free. You've had 17 or 18 write-ups in the last 10 years. That doesn't show me the maturity and rehabilitation that I'm looking for. Now, I can go over your disciplinary record and you can give me some explanations on why such immature activity. In November 2021, you had an 18, a 30B, a 30X, and a 30G. And all of this dealt with your JPEG iPad, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you received 10 days disciplinary and you were sent to lockdown, which is an indication it was
Yes, sir. I plead guilty.
Yeah, it was a very serious offense. And the same month, November 21, you had a contraband. What was the contraband?
That was the same. That was just the same write-up for 2 different. It was 2 different write-ups for the same offense.
Okay, but it was on 2 different days.
No, it was 2 different days. Because once they found the tablet in the hobby shop, I didn't get locked up. It was supposed to have been a walk-in, but they came back a few days later and wrote the same write-up as contraband to have me locked up. And when I went to court, they supposed to have throw the contraband out and found me. I pled guilty to the tablet. I had it altered during the time of the pandemic. And you're right, you're absolutely right. That was an immature move on my part. You know, regardless whether I just wanted to communicate with my family and friends during that time of the pandemic when everything was shut down, but there's no excuse. You're right. It was immature on my part. And that's why I pled guilty and owned up to it, accountability. And I just worked my way back into the good graces of my community and security, because I knew I had messed up. You know, it was I had to work my way back as far as getting back in school and everything and working. So you're right.
Okay, Mr. Jacob, how about March 2021? Defiance, aggravated disobedience, and inappropriate behavior.
It's another offense where I shouldn't even happen. I took full responsibility for, or I went back and forth with an officer about going to the hobby shop. And you know, it's just something that I shouldn't have done.
Mr. Jacobs, you've been incarcerated 25 years at that point, and you should have known better.
You're right. You're definitely right, sir. You're definitely right. You know, I'm not perfect, and you're absolutely right.
But it's far from perfect.
You're right.
October 20th, a 30W. What was the 30W about?
The 30W, that was dealing with a confidential informant. Said they heard me make a remark about an officer, and they felt like that I was going to assault her. And so security had me locked up based upon the assumption of whoever the confidential informant was.
And in 2018, you had a defiance and 2 aggravated disobedience. 2017, aggravated work offense. 2016, defiance. 2015, aggravated sex offense. It's a constant thing. And as I said before, Mr. Jacobs, I've been hearing juvenile lifeless case since 2016. And I usually see those juvenile lifers, I see a clear disciplinary write-up record, at least 3 to 5, often 10 years. I see most of the write-ups in the first 10 years of their incarceration. When I see them at year 20, 22, 23, 24, I don't see any write-ups. I don't see that in your case. And it is concerning to me when I'm supposed to look for a level of maturity when a 40-year-old man is still committing very serious infractions that get him in lockdown. Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rochelle. I don't see any other questions, so we'd like to hear the folks who want to speak in favor. And first, we'll hear from Mr. Hunley.
Andrew Hunley with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing today to confirm to the board that if Lawrence is granted parole, he has been accepted into our reentry program. We've been working with Lawrence for the last couple of years to prepare for his potential reentry. If he's granted parole, he will immediately come to our residential reentry program in Baton Rouge, where he will immediately undergo a substance abuse and mental health evaluation by a staff social worker, and he'll be expected to comply with all recommendations given by that staff social worker. He will also be assigned a peer mentor case manager, and during his first several weeks, he will go through life skills training, such as technological skills, financial management skills, communication skills, job seeking skills, and an array of other programming designed to assist people who've been incarcerated for a long period of time with their reentry. As this board is aware, our organization has done reentry for most of the juvenile lifers who've been released in Louisiana over the last several years, and we have an excellent success rate with juvenile lifers who have been given a second chance. Based on Lawrence's programming record and accomplishments since he's been incarcerated, is our organization's opinion that if he's given a second chance, he would have no problem completing the requirements of our program. And I stand by to answer any other questions you may have about his reentry. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lawrence Jacobs Sr.
Good morning.
Morning.
How you doing, everybody?
Thank you.
My name is Lawrence Jacobs Sr. I'm Lawrence Jacobs' dad, and I'm here with my wife, Ms. Betty Jacobs, family and friends. And we are here to support his parole. And we're pretty excited about it, but myself, I kind of have mixed emotions because I know that once again, the whole family have to live through their tragedy once again. And I know that my family and Lawrence, especially Lawrence, be truly sorry about his involvement. And as you heard, he's taking ownership. He does not want me to sit up here and try to make excuses for him because he's taking total ownership for it. But I've seen him grow. I've seen him develop, and I've seen him mature. You know, while his time in prison. And he could have went the wrong way, different way, but I really think that it actually strengthened his resolve. I know, and I've just heard, you know, some of the different write-ups that I really wasn't aware of, but I do know that he's really been staying very positive. I've seen a lot of positive actions from him. I've seen him, how he takes on his religion. I embrace it. I've seen him learn new trades and new skills. You know, we've heard about all the different programs that he went through. You know, about to name them, but he's already done that for us. And I've seen him really grow and be, you know, a really very positive. And our program, he still stayed positive. And he still thought about the future because he never knew that this particular day would come. And I can remember the time going to some of the rodeos where Angola allowed him to set up his plays of jewelry. And he did a very nice job making handmade jewelry. Actually, I'm wearing a piece right here today. And, you know, I'm standing next to him and I'm feeling like a very proud dad watching him communicate and his reaction with the general public. He was sitting out, you know, a stand out there with the general public. And it was amazing. I was able to display his jewelry, talk to the customer, telling them what looks good on them, and also taking future orders from the customer who didn't have the items that they wanted. So I'm here and I'm asking the board, leading with you guys, and begging you guys to give them an opportunity to enroll into the reentry program right here in Baton Rouge, where he can go out in the public and find a job, find a career, or even start his own business where he can become financially stable. I'm also asking, this really was one of my requests, is that he go back into the community and he give back, help the young kids, you know, being a mentor, young kids that have lost their way. And be able to tell the story and help them get on the right track. I'm also asking the board, if will, to give them opportunity to go out and be able to attend church of his choice, where he can serve and praise God. I'm asking you guys because I know that if he released, he would really have something to praise God for. I praise God for that day. And I'm praying also that that day is today. Okay. So I'm asking, just please give him opportunity to be the man that we raised him to be. He has the skills, he has certificates go along with the skills. He also has the drive, he has the ambition. And to me, he has no other choice.
Yes,
He
sir.
has
Can you
me.
wrap it up for us, sir, Mr. Jacobs?
Okay, he has me and his mom, to support him. He has his grandmother who was there with him, that's been visiting him ever since from day one. She's 80 years old. And so I just asked the board to give him, her opportunity. His family is there to support him, whether it's moral, whether it's financial. And if you give him an opportunity, I'm sure he'll make us all proud.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And then from Angola, Ms. Tiffany T.
Yes, good morning. Do I need to sing?
You're good.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Tiffany Teague and I'm Lawrence's fiance. I first would like to start by just making it quick, giving honor to God first, because this is the day that He has made, and we're going to rejoice in this day and be glad. I definitely would like to thank the Honorable Board for giving Lawrence this opportunity. Like his dad stated, this was something that we didn't know of. We knew that he was eligible for parole at one point, but when it was going to be, we did not know. And I definitely will not move forward without giving our deepest condolences to the Bowles family and the loss of their loved one, Miss Della Bowles and Mr. Nelson Bowles. And just quickly, what came to mind is 1 Corinthians 13, round about verse 11, 10 or 11. And it says that when I was a child, I spoke as a child, I acted as a child, and I thought as a child. But when I grew older, I threw away all the childish ways. And that says a lot about Lawrence. As we all know, he was 16 years old when this tragedy took place. It doesn't overshadow that 2 lives were lost, but it does show the level of maturity. And 27 years later, he has become an amazing, strong individual, positive, patient, and trustworthy. And lastly, I just want you all to know that I'm in support with his family. I stand fully behind him financially, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. And one other thing about Lawrence is that when you come in contact with him and you meet him, he's a very positive person. He's always pushing you to be your best, to exceed, that the sky is the limit. And that's the type of person that our community needs. And out of the many and numerous thousands of conversations that we had, I remember one conversation that I have always stuck with and went by. And Lawrence told me, he says, what you have to remember in life, and if you don't remember anything else in life, you do have to know the do's and the don'ts of life. And that let me know that in his journey, that was the process that he had to go through in order to be the person that he is today. So lastly, I ask that you all would please consider granting parole. Some people say a second chance. I like to say a chance because, again, he was 16 years old. And I really feel that he deserves the opportunity as a 44-year-old man to take his story, tell it, touch one, teach one, and be able to help someone else. And thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Warden Falco, is there anything you'd like to add?
I don't have anything to add, Mr. Nancy.
Okay, thank you. So we'll hear now from opposition. If we could hear first from Ms. Sandra Mensman.
Okay, you are.
Hi, my name is Sandra Mensman. I was Nelson Bowes' sister, and Della Bowe was my mother. I am very strongly opposed to you getting out. I think that your parents said at the time you ran with the wrong crowd.
Yeah,
but you had
excuse me, ma'am, I'm sorry
you're
to
talking to her.
direct your remarks to us, not to the
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm strongly opposed to him being released. I think that he hasn't served the whole time. I was under the impression that he was supposed to serve like 2 consecutive years, 25 years for one murder and 25 years for the other one. So I don't think he served the whole time. And I've heard what he's done. I don't think that he should be released right now. I think he should stay in prison and not do something better for his life.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. And is that Mr. Ward with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
And I know they keep saying he was only 16, but if you check the records, he was only a few days off of being 17. When I was 17 years old, I was graduating from high school. I had a choice of being bad or good. I chose good. And he had the same choice. He chose to go and rob people. And this wasn't his first stuff. He had a pretty good record before he even graduated to murder. So then when the judge when the judge came up with the sentence, he said that he would have to serve his sentence for the other crimes that he had done before, and then start 2 life sentences, one behind the other, not grouping them all together like AT&T. He should have to serve 2 life sentences, not just one. They murdered people that won't come back. Well, I got.
Yes, sir. And thank you. Thank you both. We'll hear from the DA's office now, Mr. Meyer.
Good morning, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. I think looking at this record and listening to the questions that Mr. Roche went through, particularly with regard to his disciplinary record, I think it clearly shows that he hasn't reached the level of maturity that is mandated for him to be released. And if we first off listen to what Mr. Jacobs stated about the offense, he was going out to rob people. He got his gun and he was leaving to go rob people when Bridgewater came to him and said, "What you doing? Can I come? Yeah, come on with me." So, we can't throw everything on Mr. Bridgewater. Mr. Jacobs was doing what he was doing, which was committing violent offenses. As you heard, there's very strong victim opposition. But his disciplinary record is very, very concerning. It shows he had a significant number of offenses. He had 3 sex offenses after he was over 30 years old. Page 70, I believe it is, in the record that I have, shows he had 2 Schedule B violations in 2022, which that's not showing up on the conduct report. I don't know if that's an error or what that is, but it shows additional, he's continuing to get disciplinary reports. He's had disciplinary reports for pretty much every year of his incarceration up until either 2021 or 2022, depending on whether those are accurate or not. And, I would note too that a prior hearing was continued because of disciplinary reports. Most of the certificates that he has, the vast majority have been before 2017. I think he could continue to do more with regard of programming and to help him. Maybe additional anger management would be appropriate. Something to stop and make him learn he's got to follow the rules and not continue with these horrible disciplinary reports that he's been obtaining. For those reasons, we're opposed to his request for parole.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Jacobs, before we turn it over to Mr. Schwartz, is there a statement you'd like to make?
Yes, ma'am. May I speak?
Yes.
First and foremost, I want to apologize to the entire Bow family for one, having to relive these moments after having to say these details of the crime. I want to apologize for my actions, and I take full responsibility. I want to apologize to Stephanie Bow and Brandon Bow for being responsible for why their father and their grandmother is no longer here. I apologize because I know because of my actions, both of y'all lost the father and daughter moments and father and son moments. And, you know, just not able to get those wise words from your grandmother. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'd like to apologize to Annette Bow because of my actions. You no longer have your husband or your mother-in-law. You know, you had to be the glue of your family. You had to be mother and a father. You know, Miss Sandra, I apologize to you because of my actions. You lost your brother and your mother. You know, those precious times you could have with your mother, or those moments with your brother. It doesn't matter whether or not, if I ain't pulled the trigger or not, I'm still responsible. Just because I woke up with them ill intents to go harm somebody or rob somebody, if I would have never did that, your family would still be here. I want to apologize to my family for them having to just see that I just hadn't been associated and committing these crimes like this and bringing shame to our family name. I apologize to the citizens of Louisiana just for having to waste taxpayers' money for doing such a senseless act. And if this board sees it fit to grant me a second chance, it would not go wasted. You know, you're right, Mr. Rochelle, definitely, you know, had some write-ups at the latter years. And the old me, I would have self-destructed, but the mature me utilized those programs that I've learned throughout the course of my incarceration to not go backwards, just to keep moving forward and try to continue to do something positive. You know, even after that last write-up, I still got back refresher courses of thinking for a change, you know, to going through victim awareness, through the trauma healing, just trying to continue doing positive things if I don't continue to do wrong. You know, I'm not perfect. You're right, I'm far from it, but I try. I try to do right. I try to be positive. I try to work hand in hand with security here. I've been in programming. I done created programs. I done worked with children here, and you have to be in a certain standard to even do those things. You know, and the latter part, I'm not a trustee now, but I was between 2013 to 2017 B-class trustee before that last write-up of this hearing, the last hearing I was supposed to go off, you know, and I just got recommended again. So I work hard and I try hard, and Mr. Rochelle, I guarantee you, if you give me a second chance, you would not go wasted. I would continue to do the same things out there in society that I'm doing in here, working with at-risk youth, creating programs to work hand in hand with law enforcement, with my creative ways, the creative program and methods that I would like to use to bring the community, law enforcement, and the district attorney office together to try to help curb the youth. Because I know what they're going through. I've been there. And that's the things that I
Jacobs,
want
can you
to take
wrap
the
it
rest
up
of my
for us,
life.
sir? Mr. Jacobs, can you wrap it up for us,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am. So I just appreciate y'all giving me this time and opportunity. And thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you. Mr. Roche, I know you brought up disciplinary write-ups, and I'd like to start by addressing that. You know, I understand the board's concerns. I'll note that after his latest write-up in 2021, what Lawrence did is go back to the prison programming that he has so frequently availed himself of. He retook Thinking for a Change. He took a trauma healing class. He got back into the Bible college. He's working nights at the hospital. He went back and devoted himself to the programming to get himself on the right track. And I hope that that would give the board confidence. I'll also note that while it's certainly no excuse for the write-ups, he had a 2.5-year period before those write-ups where he was also write-up free. And 90% of his write-ups are over a decade old. He's not perfect, and he's the first one to say that. I think what sets Lawrence apart and what makes him exceptional is his devotion to the incredible programming that is offered at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. I mean, he has done over 50 programs during his time. And I know the board hears lots of statements of remorse. What I'd encourage the board to think about in determining whether Mr. Jacobs is authentic is look at what he was doing when no one was watching. He was still young, he was still maturing, he was still developing, but in 2008, he came off of pretrial lockdown and had access to programming for the very first time. He got his GED, his culinary arts degree, his welding certification, and did about 20 programs in the matter of 2 years. This is years before Miller and Montgomery. It's when he had a life without parole sentence, no hope of eventual release. And that's what he did years before anyone would be watching and years before Miller and Montgomery would change the law. You know, DOC has considered him a low risk of recidivism for 5 years. You also have the extensive report from Dr. Kinshirf, who is an expert in this field, like the board, who is also an expert in this field, concurring with DOC's recommendations and assessment. You know, he was one of the few participants in the Life of Christ program. I know you talked about the Pause program. I spoke to Dr. Sharkey personally, and Mr. Jacobs would just have a few credits he could complete online were he to be released. I think what truly sets him apart is his devotion to the programming, and it's an example of the incredible power of the programming being offered here at LSP. I will just briefly comment on reentry. I know the board is very familiar with Parole Project, and I'll note that Mr. Jacobs would be set to do their rigorous employment enhancement program. In addition, he would be residing with Ms. Teague in Baton Rouge. Ms. Teague has 2 decades of experience in the medical field. He has an incredible family support. This is the family of, you know, professionals, realtors, teachers, federal investigators, medical professionals, and he knows he's lucky to have that support. And he also knows that it doesn't mean anything if he doesn't do right out there, which is why he wants to continue with substance abuse programming and anger management upon completion of Parole Project, if given that opportunity. And I'll close by saying this. You know, I was Lawrence's lawyer in 2019. That's how I was very familiar with the record, and I knew about, was able to clarify the issue with the statement earlier. And I was his lawyer during COVID, and he got COVID really early on when we still didn't know what was going on with it and how dangerous it was. It was a scary time. He was at Camp J with inmates from all around the state, and I could hear his shortness of breath. I talked to him almost every day. And I could also hear him put down the phone literally every 2 minutes to help someone. He volunteered to be a tier orderly during that time. No one asked him to do that. He was cleaning and scrubbing down Camp J and helping security staff to sanitize. He was helping guide all of these pretrial detainees from around the state who had been sent to Angola. And I think that says a lot about who he is and why this board can have confidence that if released out onto supervision through the parole project program, he will ultimately be successful. So we ask that you grant his parole, and he will abide by any and all restrictions that this board sees fit. We thank you for your time.
Thank you. We appreciate it. All right. This concludes this proceeding. Are we prepared to vote?
I move for executive session.
We have a motion for executive session.
Second.
In a second. Could you do the roll call, please?
JERROL.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll be in executive session for a few moments, Mr. Jacobs, to discuss confidential matters. We'll return shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we are back in regular session. It's 10:10 a.m. and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Roche will be voting first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Jacobs. The Supreme Court and all the lower district courts has set some guidelines that we have to follow. And like I said before, the first juvenile life case I heard was in 2016. And it's mandated that I look for a level of maturity and rehabilitation. All the psychiatrists and all the training that I've had over the last 8 years says that especially a male child does not mature until the ages of between 28 and 30 years old. It takes us a little longer to mature than our counterpart. But you have received multiple write-ups between the ages of 35 and 42. At which point I would expect you to mature to the point where you've been incarcerated for over 15, 20 years in your new rooms, and you chose deliberately to violate those rules. The last write-up was a write-up of deception. You never thought you were going to get caught. You thought you manipulated that iPad to the point where you could use it for your personal benefit. It shows a lack of rehabilitation and a lack of maturity on your part. You have done very well while you're incarcerated. You've completed a tremendous amount of programs. You're on the brink of earning a BA degree in your last semester, but you still hadn't reached the point of maturity where I feel comfortable releasing you. So based on a lack of rehabilitation, based on a lack of maturity, the victim's family is adamantly opposed, law enforcement is opposed, and the Jefferson Parish DA's office is strongly opposed. I'm denying your request for early release. Before I finish, Madam Chairman, I would like to thank the victims for their participation in this hearing, and I want to impress on Mr. Jacobs, you have a loving family who supports you. It is about time that you realize that you have to do exactly as you should. Instead, write up for at least 3 to 5 years, and you've got to start on that. 3 to 5 years, when you're eligible again, reapply. But you must follow the rules and regulations and try and stop trying to manipulate the system as you did in 2021. Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Mrs. Jackson.
All right, Mr. Jacobs, I would like to commend you for the positive things that you've done. You have accomplished a lot, and you should be very proud of those accomplishments. However, I'm also concerned about your disciplinary conduct. I would have thought that this far into your incarceration and at the age that you were when these infractions occurred would not have happened had you, been more mature, if that's the right word, but it concerns me that your write-up, your disciplinary history, over the last 3 years has not been very good. I also believe that there's been insufficient time served, on this crime, given the fact that 2 people lost their lives, and even though you might not have been the actual shooter, you certainly put everything in motion, and you acknowledge that. And I do appreciate, though, I truly appreciate that you owned your responsibility in this case. And I appreciate that you have shown a recognition of the harm that you caused to the victims in this case. I believe that your expressions are sincere. But for me, today is not the day. I think your day will come. I encourage you to keep working hard and not get any other write-ups. But my vote today would be to deny.
Mrs. Jackson. And I do concur with my colleagues. It's concerning the disciplinary infractions and the nature of those infractions. So my vote today also is to deny. Strong encouragement, though. Don't get discouraged. Reapply. Stay and continue doing what you're doing. Reapply when you're eligible to do so. Good luck to you, sir. All right, we're ready for Mr. Smith.
I'm the only one in here, Ms. Renata. I'm waiting on them to come back.
All right. All right, you want to mute it till All right. Good morning, Mr. Smith. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Good morning, how you doing? My name is Philip Smith, 384287.
Yes, sir, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence, having been sentenced in Jefferson Parish on June 27, 1997, to life for a second-degree murder conviction. Your parole eligibility date was September 2nd, 2020. Mr. Smith, is all that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Smith, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Jackson, seated to your left. Would you answer her questions?
Good
Yes,
morning.
ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
How you
Good morning, how
doing?
you doing?
I'm fine. How about
I'm
yourself?
fine, I'm blessed.
Okay, well,
I'm
good.
blessed.
All right. Well, Mr. Smith, your case has been assigned to me, so I'll be talking to you about your situation. Are you currently 43 years and you've been incarcerated about 27 years on this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
How old were you when you committed the crime?
15.
How close were you to 16?
5 months.
So you've been incarcerated for 27 years. I've looked at your record. You've had some pretty good programs over your time. I noticed that you took Inside Out Dads and Malachi Dads. Surely at 15, you didn't have any children, did you?
No, ma'am.
What made you take those programs?
Well, by me being incarcerated at an early age, I really wanted to invest in understanding of real family-oriented environments so that I would be able to relate more to my family, because I understand the situation that I put my entire family in, as well as my victim's family. So I really wanted to just have a more spiritual understanding of the compromised position I put them in.
Let's talk about your life. At 15, were you in school at the time of this offense?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
What grade were you in?
I was in the 8th grade, John Eric.
Okay. Is that the grade you were supposed to be in?
No, ma'am. I had failed a few times. I failed the 1st grade. I believe I failed the 4th grade too, as well. And then I was placed in programs for behavior.
Okay. Well, tell me about your home life. Do you have any brothers and sisters?
Yes, ma'am. I have 2 older sisters. They was living with my grandmother, and then after some years passed, they ended up moving in with us. But mostly it was just me and my little brother and my baby sister living with my mother.
Okay.
My father, he was shot and killed the same year I was born, so it was pretty much just my mother.
Mm-hmm. And what did your mother do for a living?
For a while, she worked at Exxon gas station, and she put herself through a nursing school to where she began to do home help. And so mostly it would be like me at home watching my little brother, my little sister sometimes.
So how old were you when you started getting into trouble?
I probably started getting in trouble at like 13, 12.
Kind of
Fight
trouble?
at school, stuff like that.
Okay. Were you ever handled in juvenile court?
I caught one juvenile charge, but it was dismissed.
What was that charge?
We stole a car, and everything was dismissed. one of my friends, the guy that I was on this charge with, Terry Havies, all us, we broke into a woman house trying to steal a car.
Well, let me ask you this. It's been indicated that you were affiliated with the gang. Tell us
Yes.
about that. Tell us about that.
By the time I made 14, we had moved to Harvey. And they had a little neighborhood gang. And by me getting in trouble at school a lot, I started hanging with a bunch of them. And during that time, my life was it was full of me making horrible decisions. And that was one of the horrible decisions I made, joining the gang. And it was also one of the most horrible decisions I ever made that led to me taking the life of Nathaniel McCoy Jr., being affiliated with them and just living a life that was in a downward spiral.
And how long had you been involved in that gang activity before this crime occurred?
Probably a year.
Tell us what happened. How did you end up taking this young man's life?
Me being in the gang, and all us lived in the same neighborhood. So I ended up selling him a pager. And Nathaniel McCoy Jr., we was friends.
You knew him?
Yeah, I knew him. We used to play basketball together and stuff. And me and him,
How old was he?
he was 17 at the time.
Okay.
And excuse me.
Go ahead.
And so we end up having words and fussing and stuff. But to be honest with you, I knew I couldn't beat him or nothing fighting. So Terry Havies, he gave me a gun, and I ended up shooting Nathaniel McCoy Jr.
Well, the police reports indicate that you just walked up on him and you shot him in the head, and there had not been an altercation just immediately prior to the shooting, that you kind of came up on him out of the blue and shot him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What'd you do after you shot him?
After I shot him, I gave Terry Havies the gun, and we ran off. I ran home. Terry Havies ran off with the gun. And later on that night, the police came by my mother's house to question us about the murder. Well, to question me about the murder.
Okay. What'd you tell them?
I told them that I didn't do it, that I was at home at the time, and I lied. I lied about it, and I told them that I didn't murder Nathaniel McCoy Jr.
Did you ever change your statement to the police?
No, I tried to, I continued to lie. I tried to live within the lie that I didn't shoot Nathaniel McCoy Jr. Everybody came up with a story that somebody else did it and stuff like that, but it was all a lie. It was all a lie. At that time, I was still young, and I tried to live within the lie that I had nothing to do with it.
So you've had almost 30 years to reflect on what happened. So how do you feel about what you did?
I feel extremely remorseful. As I sat in incarceration, I began to experience God at a different level. My father, he was shot
Before we get to that,
and
man,
killed.
how do you feel about,
Excuse me?
how do you feel about, I mean, have you kind of analyzed yourself and tried to figure out, you know, what would make it easy for you to, you know, take the life of somebody that you knew over something as insignificant as a pager? Why do you
Yes,
think,
ma'am.
why do you think that was your response?
That because my life, I was living a life in a downward spiral. I really didn't, as a child, I didn't really know that, I really did take in the fact that I would be destroying this young man's family. I didn't really take in the fact that I would be embarrassing my family, bringing shame upon my family. I didn't have the knowledge of the effect that a decision like that would tear an entire community apart. You know, as a child, I never really took in any of those facts that came with making a horrible decision to do something like that.
Now,
If
go ahead, I'm sorry.
no,
Go ahead.
just like if I had a chance to really sit down and actually talk to the person I was today, I would really explain to him that decision making, the long-term effect of one decision and how it would hurt. A bad decision affects everybody. It affects the lives of the victim. It affects the lives of the victim's family. It affect me. Due to that one bad decision, I've spent almost 30 years of my life incarcerated. And that's 30 years that a family has to do without a family member. And I understand that now. And as a child, I didn't understand what 30 was. As children, we think 30 is a big old number. But I understand life at a different angle now. And I would never, ever do something like that to anybody's family, or if I ever had the opportunity to talk somebody out of doing something like that, I would.
Mr. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
stop talking for a second, please. We're having a problem with the system. Just hold up for a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
Mr. Smith, can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we were having trouble on our end, so some of the things that you said we weren't able to hear, but I was able to get the gist of the points that you were making. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Yeah, you got Randy Myers on there. Okay. We had some technical issues. We couldn't hear everything that you were saying, but I was able to get the gist of most of what you were saying. Let's look at the programming you've done. You've done anger management, pre-release. We talked about Malachi dads and inside out dads. You've done JCs and AA. Were you using drugs or alcohol?
Smoking marijuana.
We can't hear you now.
Are you able to hear us now?
Okay. Were you using drugs and alcohol when you
Yes,
were with the gang?
Yes, ma'am. I was smoking marijuana.
Okay. And were you drinking any alcohol?
Not really, though, ma'am.
Did you use any drugs beside marijuana?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, but you did take AA, participated in the AA program, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you do that?
Through the entirety of the course, I think it was like 12 steps, 12 weeks.
Okay, okay. Now, for someone who struggled in school, it appears that you were able to get your GED. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What year did you get your GED?
This year.
Wow, when did you start?
I had got back into the program this year and was able to receive my GED this year.
How long were you out of the program?
I believe like a little over 90 days.
Okay, why were you out of the program?
I had got the last write-up work offense.
Okay, we're gonna talk about that shortly, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But you got your GED. Is that something you're proud of?
Yes, ma'am. I was able to become a tutor, and tutoring helped me. It helped me see things that I never really thought I would be able to see, like
what?
Some of the. Excuse me.
Like what?
Like some of the guys have struggles with certain areas of schooling and stuff, and it showed me to appreciate the patience that teachers put in helping students. And they have some of the younger guys, they catch on faster than the older guys, and it teach me that we have to invest in people. So like a lot of times during the weekend, I bring some of the schoolwork to the dome, and the older guys, I have them come to the dome and we'll go over some of the math or whatever they're struggling in the dome, because I realized that as people, we have to invest in people, you know.
Are you involved in any community service? I know you're a tutor, an academic tutor. Is there any other community service you render to the inmate population?
Yes, ma'am. With the church that I attend, Men of Faith, Men of Valley, a lot of times we'll go around and we'll spend time with the older guys that's in the medical domes, and we'll like either pray with them or do scripture reading to them, or sometimes we'll just sit there and play checkers with them and stuff like that. Just talk with them.
What program do you think meant the most to you? What did you get the most out of?
It would be AA. AA gave me a tool. They have a concept in AA that once an addict, always an addict. But the concept is that you can always reach out to people. You can always talk to people, because I learned that with myself, I had to be taught how to have a heart-to-heart conversation with a person. It's not something that just comes natural. And with learning that, it wasn't so much about the addiction, it was just about the availability of people. That if you're going through something, you can talk to somebody. There's always somebody, whether it's family or friends, there's always a support group somewhere. And if you trust that and be honest with that situation, things get better.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about your disciplinary record. You have had 43 write-ups. over the last 27 years, you had 3 in 2021. Actually, you had in April of 2021, you had a write-up for contraband. What would you like to tell us about that?
That contraband was a cell phone. I allowed a friend to take pictures of me and send it to my mother, and the cell phone ended up getting busted, and I pled guilty to it. I did it. I accept full responsibility for it, and so.
Well, help me understand exactly what happened in that incident.
A friend of mine's, a person that I was affiliated with, he had a cell phone, and I asked.
Was he an inmate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
And I asked him to take some pictures of me and send it to my family.
You didn't actually have the cell phone,
Yes.
but
Yes,
you,
yes. I had it. I had it. It was for him, but I had it. It was in my possession.
how'd you
And
get it in your possession?
he gave it to me. He gave it to me. I asked him to use it. He gave it to me.
Oh.
I accept the responsibility for it.
Well, I appreciate your being honest about that. And then in May of 21, you got a Rule 28, and that resulted in a verbal reprimands. What was that about?
I had got they gave me a job change, and I didn't get from they gave me a job change from yard orderly to line 15A and 15B, and I'd never received the paper through the mail, but I could have took the initiative to go check to see whenever the job change process had went through, but I never received the paper in the mail, so I wasn't able to check out. And when they checked and seen that I hadn't got the paper, they just agreed to give me a verbal reprimand. But I should have took the initiative to just start going to check and see if I had got the job change or not.
All right, so it wasn't like you refused to do it, you just didn't know you had gotten a different assignment.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have 2 contrabands? No, you had 2 hearing dates on the same contraband.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Warden.
Ma'am.
What can you tell us about Mr. Smith?
Yeah, he's currently a Min C as far as his custody status. He attained that in July of this year. Prior to that, he had another Min C back in 2014 and kept that for 5 years until he lost it as a result of disciplinary. He has been doing some programming as well as in the last couple of months between August and September became a certified academic tutor, and now as of September he has become a registered academic tutor now, so he has been helping out in the last few months with that aspect of teaching the population.
All right, thank you. Mr. Smith, I know that the parole project is involved in your case, and if you would be successful, your initial transition would be through the parole project. But tell us what your long-term transition plan would be.
Long term, I expect to, if I was blessed this opportunity to receive mercy from the board, I would live with my wife and
Well, let's
work.
talk about that. Who's your wife and when did you get married?
My wife's name is Michelle Smith. We've been married 5 years now. We got married February the 8th.
And how did you meet her?
We grew up together. We
How did you get reacquainted with her?
well, we always been in contact with each other. Matter of fact, the first letter I ever got when I arrived in Angola in '97 was from her. We was writing in the parish, and we just always been in contact off and on. You know, Katrina came and we lost contact for a little while, but then we got back in contact with each other. She's just been one of those people that always supported me and always pushed me to try to become a better person and better in my decision making.
Where does she live?
She live in Wagman, West Wego.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And what does she do?
She's she deals with home
Oh.
what that stuff is, it's a mental health thing. She help people that have mental displacements or stuff like that.
So your ultimate plan would be to move to where she lives?
Yes, ma'am. Live with her, and we also have a goal that we set. We wanted to do some team driving together, working together, driving 18-wheelers and stuff. And just
Have you participated in any vocational education programs where you could learn a job skill?
Well, I have a technical communication that's dealing with maintenance, like coaxial cables and wiring and stuff like that. But and right now I'm currently in IC3.
And what is that?
It deals with computers and computer programming.
All right, Mrs. Renata, I think that's all I have.
Let me just ask you a question, please, Mr. O'Shea. I have a list in front of me, Mr. Smith. Were you expecting some folks there at Angola to be with you today?
My wife and my sister.
They're on Zoom, but I have a list. Do you have counsel for today? Did you expect anybody to represent you today?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I was just checking. Mr. O'Shea?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning. How you doing, Mr. O'Shea?
Good. Mr. Smith, tell me what the contraband was about in 2019.
2019.
You got sent to extended lockdown for a contraband write-up and a third inductment.
Just give me 1 second. The staff had they had found some marijuana in a laundry cart. And me and another guy, we was up at that time, so they end up locking us up, placing us under investigation. And they said they had a confidential informant that said they seen me smoking a leafy-like substance, and they say that they seen him with a green leafy-like substance, so they sent me to extended lockdown.
For how long?
I want to say about probably 3, 6, about 9 months or something like that. 3 months, 6 months, 6 to 9 months, something like that.
Okay, so you were in extended lockdown until maybe late 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because that happened in August. And you had a hearing in December of 19.
Yes, sir.
But you were extended lockdown from 6 to 9 months.
I think so. Whatever the amount of time was with the programming, I think it's like 3 months on level 1 and 3 months on level 2 or something like that. I stayed the extent of the program.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll hear from your guests now. We'd like first to hear from your wife, Miss Michelle Smith.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get this. Okay. All right. So my name is Michelle Smith, and I'm the wife and longtime friend of Philip Smith. I have known him since he was the protective 12-year-old that attempted to defend me against my boyfriend when we were teenagers. Over the years, I have watched him be transformed from an angry young man to a smart, intelligent, and God-fearing man while incarcerated. Philip has shared his desire to reach other youth that are headed down that dull, familiar road as a way to pay it forward if he was ever released. He has also expressed continued remorse for his actions against the victim and his family. If Philip is granted parole, he has the opportunity to connect to multiple programs to assist in his transition back into society. My employment as a case manager gives me access to many programs, many programs and mentors, such as Strive, Vote, which is Voices of the Experience, and a First 72 Plus, just to name a few. Because of my work in mental health, I am also able to connect Philip with counseling services to help deal with any PTSD he may come home with. Philip deserves a chance to prove that he can be a productive member of society. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you. Ms. Diane Smith. We have Diane Smith. Yeah, she's here. There we go. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we hear you.
I'm sorry, for some reason it's not allowing me to video in.
It's okay, we hear you just fine. Go ahead, tell us what you want us to know.
Okay. My name is Diane Smith. I'm Philip's oldest sister. My brother was a kid when he committed this heinous crime. He was 15. He made a tragic mistake. His adult mind wasn't fully developed yet. He has been punished for 28 years. And in those 28 years, I feel like he's matured and has been rehabilitated and actually has grown. I do believe people learn from their mistakes, and in conversations with Philip from the beginning until this day, I can see growth. I've heard him speak of how extremely sorry he is. He's furthered his education. He's become a teacher and he teaches other inmates. He's a mentor. You know, he's always assisting people. He has turned his life to Christ. He preaches in church sometimes. He's missed so many major events in his life, in our life. We lost our mom in 2020 due to COVID. He was never able to tell her goodbye or grieve with the rest of the family. I do believe that he is a better person. I would not be here asking for him to be released if I wouldn't believe he was a better person. You know, like I said, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I truly believe in conversations we've had over the years that he is sorry for what he did. And I'm asking for a second chance for him. I'm actually a nursing home administrator. His wife is a case manager. I have a sister who owns a trucking company and does real estate. And so we would all be there to support him.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for sharing that information with us. From the Parole Project, Mr. Hunley, please.
Andrew Hundley with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Philip Smith today to inform the board that Louisiana Parole Project has screened and accepted Philip Smith for our residential reentry program. If Mr. Smith is granted parole, he would immediately be enrolled in our residential reentry program in Baton Rouge, where he would be assigned a peer mentor case manager who will work with him through our initial training period, where we'll work with him to develop life skills that are important for former juvenile lifers to participate in, such as technological skills, financial management, communication skills, interacting with law enforcement, just to name a few of the programs. He will also have access to our staff social worker, who will conduct a mental health and substance abuse evaluation upon arrival, and he will be expected to comply with any recommendations that are issued to him through that evaluation. And then he will have access to our employment enhancement program staff who will work with him to pair him with employers in his community. I know that he obviously has strong family support, but Parole Project will be there to assist him and his family with those same issues. And our commitment to Philip is 1 year of case management, but we're, as all of our clients, once a client, always a client. He has problems 18 months, 24 months down the road. We're here to help him, whether that's with housing, employment, or any other issues that he may have. And I'm here to answer any other questions you may have about his reentry plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no questions, so could we hear from the DA's office, please?
Good morning, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. I think Mr. Smith's on the right track. I like a number of his answers, but I still have some issues. The biggest issue is his disciplinary record. I missed as well. I had initially thought it was 3 write-ups in 2021, but that's 2 hearing dates. There's only been 2 write-ups in 2021. But it's real concerning, not only those 2, but in 2019, he had a write-up for marijuana when he had stated that the program that he got the most out of was the AA, the 12 steps. And that was completed in 2014. So after completing that program that he thought did him well, he was back using marijuana. I think a long-term substance abuse treatment program would be beneficial for him to truly understand the addiction and how addiction controls people and what you need to do to recover from that, or to maintain your sobriety. So for the nature of the offense, the recent disciplinary reports, and the lack of particularly the substance abuse programming, we would be opposed to him at this point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Meyer. All right, then, Mr. Smith, is there a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a statement you'd like to make to the panel before we vote?
Yes, ma'am. I would just like to assure the panel that, you know, in all respect for what the district attorney office had to say, that right now, me today, I still seek counsel, I still seek help. I know that it's never too late to continue to ask for help. So I would willingly and actively join any program that I would have to join, or any program that's made available, not just having to join a program to be released to parole, but to join programs that will aid me in becoming a way better person than what I could have ever imagined, because I know I'm a way better person than what I was when I committed the crime. I know I'm not on that same path I was. I know I don't think as a 15-year-old right now today. And whatever can help me continue to be a better person, continue to make me a better family person, continue to make me a better friend, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to do it. I know now how to have a heart to heart and how to ask for help.
Okay, good, thank you. I think we're prepared to vote.
No, I think I like an executive session.
We have a motion for executive session in a second, and I concur. So a unanimous vote to convene an executive session to discuss confidential matters. Mr. Smith will be right back with you. Stand by.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're back in regular session. It's 11:07. We are prepared to vote, and Mrs. Jackson will be voting first.
All right, Mr. Smith, I think you had a very good interview today. I certainly enjoyed talking to you. I think you displayed a lot of insight into what you did. And I think you have an appreciation of the harm that you caused to the victim and the victim's family. And I think that you are not the same 15-year-old who committed this crime, that you have matured. However, there are some concerns about the disciplinary write-ups that you got. The last one, you only got a reprimand, so obviously that wasn't something that was considered a really serious infraction. As far as cell phone is concerned, you knew that that was an infraction. But I appreciate the fact that you owned up to it and you acknowledged that you did in fact have it in your physical possession. But the most concerning one is the write-up in 19 for possession of marijuana. I think that does need to be addressed. However, I don't think that's enough to prevent me from believing that you are a good candidate for release once we address that issue. So my vote today would be to grant your parole upon completion of the Steve Foyle substance abuse treatment program. And then upon release from incarceration, you are to attend at least 2 AA meetings per week. You are to do 5 hours of community service work a week a month with at-risk kids. And so that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson. Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Smith,
Yes, sir.
in evaluating parole for a juvenile lifer, I'm looking for maturity and rehabilitation. Based upon 4 disciplinary write-ups in the last 5 years, I don't see that maturity and I don't see that rehabilitation. So based on that, in law enforcement opposition from the DA's office, my vote is to deny your request.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. All right, Mr. Smith, I do think you had a good interview today. I agree with the DA's. He said he thinks you're on the right track, and I do too. So I concur with Mrs. Jackson. My vote today would be to grant your parole after you complete that substance abuse program. I think that's gonna help you out with the same special conditions that Mrs. Jackson stated too. So you've received 2 favorable votes, 1 that was not favorable, but today your parole's been granted. So sit on the front row in the Steve Hall program.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Good luck. All right, we are ready for our next case, and that's Mr. Shane. Good afternoon. No, it's still morning. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Philip Andrew Shane, 91217.
Okay, and counsel, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Jill Pascarella with the Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Philip Shane. I believe my co-counsel is also there with you all in headquarters, Rachel Connor.
Yes. Yes. Yes, and we also have in support, although I don't see him somewhere, is Mr. Hunley with the Parole Project. We are trying to get in touch with Ms. Cindy Tharp. I think she's trying to dial in. Let's see, there at Angola, I'm showing that we have a sister, Lori. Is it Lori?
Yes, ma'am.
Lori Shane, Kathy Wilson, Joe Wilson, Ashley Cuisine, and Anna. How do you pronounce your last name, Anna? Anna Lella, who is here with us at DOC headquarters. Also here with us today in opposition is representing the victim is we have Nancy Marino. She'll be speaking at the appropriate time, as well as a representative from the 16th Judicial District DA's office, Ms. Claire Allington. Welcome, everybody. Mr. Shane, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll just start the interview process. So you are, as mentioned, Philip Shane, DOC 91217. You're classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Iberia February 21st, 1980 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your parole eligibility date was determined to be August 1st, 2017. So your case was assigned to me, so I'll take the lead on the interview, Mr. Shane. So, Mr. Shane, how old are you, sir?
60.
How long have you been in jail?
I've been incarcerated 44 years.
And so that would make you, what, 16 when this occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, so you tell us what happened 44 years ago to land you in jail.
The night that this crime happened, I was at my house getting ready to go out with my friends, and went through my mother's drawers looking for prescription drugs. Instead, I found a small caliber handgun in a box of shells. I put the gun and shells in my coat pocket, thinking that I would take it to the drive-in to show off to my friends. When I got to the drive-in, after being there for a couple of hours, another guy that we knew pulled up on a motorcycle. I asked to ride the bike. I ended up wrecking the bike in the city park. By the time I got back to Happy Days and was talking with the owner of the bike and settled, that let him know I would take care of the bike, I realized that it was well after my curfew, so I headed home. Cut through a field, and when you come out of the field, there's a four-way stop there. Miss Faust, the victim, her house is on the right-hand side, and I saw the headlights of a car coming down the street, thinking that it may be a police car, and it being after curfew, I ducked behind Miss Faust's car. She came out of the house and confronted me about being behind the car, told me that she was going in to call the police. I'd just been released from reform school like 7 months prior, and a lot of really bad things happened to me while I was in reform school, and I did not want to go back. I panicked. I tried to ask Miss Faust not to call the police, and as she dialed the number, I entered the house. I ended up pulling the gun, closed my eyes, and I shot and continued shooting until she was dead. I took Miss Fowles' purse and car keys, and I left for the weekend. I went to New Orleans, tried to stay drunk and loaded the entire time I was there to try and forget what I had done, or maybe think that it didn't happen. When I came back, I dropped the car off. I went to my house. The following morning, the New Iberia City Police arrested me. I got to the police station. I was asked what happened, and at that time, I confessed to the crime.
Okay, and so you were on juvenile probation at the time?
Yes,
Were you?
ma'am.
You were, yeah. And were you, you say you were looking through your mother's, I mean, not your mother's, you were looking through the house and Miss Fauce's things for, well, no, you went to your mother's to look, you found the gun. Did you, what did you, were you high when this happened?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
On what?
I had taken a pill called Oratane, which is a hallucinogen. I had been smoking marijuana and drinking.
That day?
That evening when we went out.
At the
The club we went to was called Happy Days Drive-In. It's where all of us went to drink and drug together.
And did you know Miss Fauce?
Miss Fauce had taught me like in the first grade. I didn't really know her that well, but I knew who she was.
What grade did you finish in school?
The last grade I finished was the 7th.
Why'd you quit?
I OD'd in school in the 7th grade and was expelled for the year. And when I went back the next year, I just skipped school the first like 21 days to purposely get kicked out. I didn't feel like I could do the schoolwork. I had struggled in school, so that's why I quit.
Then what'd you do? Just run the streets or what? What'd you do? How'd you spend your time?
No, when I got out of reform school, I was given the option to go back to school or work. I was found a job with working for Lopez Construction Company, which contracted for CLECO doing electrical work.
And you were in reform school for, what was it?
A series of burglaries and car thefts.
You know, take the cars and go ride around. Joyride, is what the term you used.
Yes.
So, you initially, it looks like you pled not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity. There was a psychiatric evaluation. They didn't find any significant mental problems. So your attorney and you initiated a plea agreement. Is that correct?
Correct.
The second degree, as opposed
Yes,
to first. So, you mentioned you OD'd in 7th grade. How old were you when you first started using drugs?
I was 11 years old.
What'd you start with?
Marijuana. I saw my brother smoking weed in a car that we had in the front yard, an old car. And I went to the car and just asked him to smoke with him, started smoking then.
What did you progress to?
Just about everything. I went from, just like they say, a gateway drug. I went from marijuana to pills. I've done meth, coke, heroin.
Okay. So as I look at your you have quite a extensive record that was provided to us for review. It's a couple of hundred or more pages, and so the information is very extensive. I noticed you had an escape in 2003. Tell us about that.
2003, I had been diagnosed with hepatitis C,
And then, so you were about 40 at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And then about 6 years later, there was an attempted escape from CCR, because you went to CCR after that episode.
Correct.
And there was an attempted escape from CCR. Tell us about that.
In 2017, we had been transferred to Hunt Correctional Center, and
CCR.
there were yes, ma'am.
CCR was
it was a CCR tier that they set up there. Yes, ma'am. A couple of individuals had planned an escape. They asked me to participate in it. I initially said no, but subsequently joined in it. I made a very bad decision by joining in it with them. Thankfully, the plan was thwarted before it began. I cut a couple of bars in my cell, and we were all locked up and sent back to Angola to CCR.
And that was, you were 46 at that time.
Yes,
How
ma'am.
long did you spend in CCR? How much time did you spend there?
14 years.
So as I look at your record, I see lots of certificates of accomplishments. I think the number I saw was 142. So you started working, pretty early in your prison, right after you got to prison. And then, of course, that's when I see the certificates. And then in 2003, I guess as a result of the escape, your access was limited and that activity kind of stopped. Then there was the 2009 escape. Then you started, I think you did a little bit of work while you were in CCR to the extent that you could. So you were released from CCR when? What year?
In the beginning of 2018.
Oh. Almost 6 years ago.
Yes, ma'am.
And what have you done since?
When I initially got to the CCR, they put me in a CCR transition dorm to allow me to transition from being in a cell to general population. We had all of the life skill classes available to us there. Thinking for a change, inside out dad, 100 hours, victim awareness, and AA. I went through all of the programs. And when I went through the programs, I realized that this is something that I really believed in. I enjoyed the programming, so I went back through the programming again as in facilitator training. And when I began that's what I do now, facilitate life skill classes.
Do you facilitate the victim awareness?
Yes, ma'am. I do the moral compass class called TAPUKU, which is an acronym for the only person you cheat is you, and victim awareness.
So tell us about the victim awareness. What did you get out of that? Because you had to go to some additional classes to become a facilitator, didn't you?
I did, yes, ma'am. I went through. I was trained by Ms. Jody Sturgeon, and what I got out of it was taught me a lot about who I am as a person, but it helped me to really understand what the victims of my crime have endured. The empathy taught me a lot about empathy. One of the main things that I learned was the pain that I caused the victim's family it's not going to end in 2 years or 5 years or 10. It's something that's going to last them a lifetime.
Yeah. So I do see some, an offer, I think, of employment from the Commissioner of Mississippi Corrections to be a chaplain. Tell us about your faith journey. Why would he offer you a position as a chaplain?
When warden or commissioner came, was the warden at Angola. When the seminary, New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary, first started in Angola, I was in the second group of people that went into the seminary. I developed a lot of strong relationships with many of the professors that were in the class, a lot of security officers that believed in the program as well. From attending the Bible college and being a participant in my own church, I was a minister on staff of our church and a teacher in the church. My faith, I mean, to me, that's the backbone of everything that I am. I have walked away from my faith, and each time that I have done that, you will see that's the errors when I made errors in my life. So that is why I hold on to my faith with everything that I have, and recently told an individual in church that I will never, ever, under any circumstances, not be a participant in my church. I love Christ. I love going to church.
So, if you were able to speak to the victim's family, and you can't because you're prohibited by law, but if you could, what would you say?
I would want them to know how much I regret what I did to that family. Through facilitating the victim awareness class, I've, become so in touch with my own crime. And I know that I destroyed that family. I've caused them to have to live with something that no one should ever have to live with. If I could do anything to go back and change that, I would. Unfortunately, I can't. But I would want them to know that I have taken advantage of every opportunity that I have here to change myself, to become a better person. And what I want to do is help other people now.
When did you graduate from the Bible college?
In 2001.
Yes. Before your attempted escape.
Yes, ma'am.
Before your escape route from the with the cotton truck.
Correct.
And that's the one you planned, right?
Pardon me, ma'am?
That's this, you planned that escape.
Yes.
So why do you think we ought to give you favorable vote today?
I'm hopeful. The one thing that and I've thought about this, the one thing that I can say is that I won't say that I believe that I deserve this opportunity, because I took a human life. The seriousness of what I did, it's something that I'll never be able to change. But as a 60-year-old man, I have taken every opportunity to change myself. I have an opportunity, if given parole, to go to another maximum security prison that is having a lot of problems right now. And I want to go there to attempt to effect change there.
So I had just one more thing. Ms. Faust thought that, you have a juvenile record, and apparently Ms. Faust knew about it. And she said that she thought you were the one that had been breaking into her house.
Yes, ma'am.
Had you been breaking into her house?
I had not.
Not ever.
No, ma'am. As someone that committed a lot of burglaries, one thing that I tried to never do is any burglaries in my own neighborhood.
All right. Any other questions? No questions by my colleagues, so we're just going to go and hear from the warden first. Warden, is there anything you'd like us to know about Mr. Shane?
You know, we discussed his history as far as his right up to the escape, the attempted escape. You know, since from 2009 up to 2018. 2009 being his last write up, he had 9 years to think about what he had done, and was given the opportunity by our change in programming to allow him whatever chance it was, to give him opportunity to go into the maximum security dormitories. And that was back in 2018. And that, to me, from looking at where he is now, from 18 to present, that's when he truly, as far as his time with us, turned that corner and started devoting himself to a mentor, to help with others in the facility, and help to get where he is today. You know, from a disciplinary standpoint, 2009 was the last time that we had any disciplinary. Take no exception to it. It was a grave mistake that he made in 2009. But again, from 18 to present, he's done very well for us.
Good, thank you. All right. We'll hear from the folks who want to speak in support. So let's see, can we hear from the Parole Project first, please?
Andrew Hundley with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Philip Shane, appearing today to discuss the reentry plan that we've planned with Philip. Obviously, the board is aware of the employment offer from Commissioner Kane. Should be noted that we think it's impressive that the person who was the warden during that last disciplinary infraction has actually offered him this job. So I think that tells us a little bit about his character and what Commissioner Kane thinks about his rehabilitation. But we agree that that is his best reentry option. While he does have a sister who lives in Lafayette, another sister who lives in Mississippi, we do think that the opportunity for him to eventually go to Parchman and serve in that role, which the board is aware other individuals like him who've left Angola have gone on to live in the community at Parchman and work at the prison at Parchman and do very well. We would ask the board that he first be allowed to enter our residential reentry program, where we would work with him on technological skills, financial management skills, and other life skills that will aid him in his eventual reentry. We're also aware that there have been times that the board has immediately paroled someone to the Mississippi plan, but we're hopeful that if he is granted parole, that he would be able to participate in phase 1 of our reentry program to help give him some extra tools before he would potentially go to Mississippi. As you're aware, Louisiana Parole Project has done the bulk of the reentry for juvenile lifers released since 2016. The track record for juvenile lifers being released has been mostly excellent, we think, based on the amount of time that Phillips has served in prison and the record that he has developed, especially who he's grown in to be, and the service that he's provided to his community. We think that we can help him achieve a successful reentry if he's given that second chance. And I stand by to answer any other questions this board may have about his reentry. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Ms. Lori Shane. We hear from Lori. Go ahead, ma'am. What would you like us to know?
Excuse me.
What would you, go ahead and read.
Hi, my name is Lori and I'm Philip's baby sister. When we were younger, Philip went to LTI. I thought that time away from him was horrible. Little did I know when he got sentenced for life. I was 12. It didn't really hit me. I lost not only my brother, but my friend and protector. See, our mom was hung out on field, and our dad was a violent alcoholic. Philip used to save me from them, then he left me for my entire life. He suffered many beatings for me. I waited my whole life for this day to come. Now that it's actually here, it's a bit overwhelming. And so much hinges on the decisions made here today. My brother and I have grown up together. I was only 11 and he was 16. My brother Philip behind bars and me in the free world, visiting twice a month for so long. It was our way of life. So many obstacles and frustrations I've seen him overcome. He's accomplished so much with his life in Angola. He's turned Angola into a positive instead of a negative thing. We feel terrible about what happened, and I feel, as do my siblings, he's ready to become a free, productive man and spend the rest of his life with his family and friends on the outside, so his knowledge can be shared with others. My family prays you make all our hopes and dreams with my brother free of reality today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for sharing that with us. We appreciate it. I think we'll hear from the opposition now. Ms. Howington, I'll let you decide who goes first.
Good morning, Claire Howington from the 16th DA's office. I won't talk very long. I just have a couple of things to point out. I know that y'all are well familiar with that decline in this case, and I did put in my letter that I sent to the board a couple of things that I felt like were inconsistencies in the stories that we heard from Mr. Shane. I don't really feel like what I heard from him today resolved any of those inconsistencies for me. One of the things that, I know that y'all are very concerned about, and I'm concerned about, is this history of escapes and attempted escape. Those are very serious offenses, and what has been some time since those occurred. However, I think that when you look at Mr. Shane's record and the fact that he murdered his spouse, it seems to me that my perception of it is that when he is faced with the opportunity to make a serious decision, when something goes wrong, the choice that he has historically made has been not just the wrong decision, but the worst decision. And I am very concerned that even though I fully acknowledge that he has worked on himself recently, and I want everybody who is incarcerated to work on themselves, that is part of the point of being there. However, I am very concerned that if he is not in that structured environment that he is in currently, that if he is faced with a decision that he needs to make, that the outcome could be very bad. I'm also concerned that there just has not been enough time that he had both served on this crime, and also the amount of time between when he was released from CCR and there needs to be a longer history of good decision making before we even approach whether or not he would really be a good parole candidate, in my opinion. I would just ask the board tonight, because I don't think that he is a good candidate for release, and I'm concerned about safety.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Ms. Meredith? Okay, take your time.
Take your time.
Obviously, I'm not a speaker, and just bear with me. But in 2016, when he had a hearing in our very parish, we had to listen to a long story of everything he'd ever done, an excuse for everything. At that time, I didn't feel he had any remorse or any accountability for anything that we did. And since that time, we've gotten a letter from him that he stated that he didn't know what to expect at that time. Well, after having listened to that story, I think he knew what was going to happen. He had this story. And I think since that time, he's followed the rules and is doing what he needs to do. But I don't think he can sustain. I think that at that time, when he wasn't granted parole, he had a kiss fit and be on the table and talked about, well, that's what you expect from our very parish. And really acted out very bad. And I just think that to be trusted.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Shane, before we turn it over to Ms. Pasquarella, is there anything you'd like to say to us?
Yes, ma'am. I wrote something down, if it's permissible for me to read it. This is the thoughts that I've had coming up to the parole hearing. I said that there are no words to adequately express how sorry I am for the pain and heartache that my actions have caused the children, grandchildren, and all who knew Miss Faust. I also want to apologize and acknowledge that where others were forced to find a way to deal with such a tremendous loss, I chose the cowardly way of dealing with my guilt and shame through the use of drugs and alcohol. I hated myself for a long time, and while I will always hate what I did, I no longer hate myself. I'm grateful to so many of the staff members here who I credit with helping me to become the man that I am today. Their belief in me caused me to believe in myself. If granted parole today, I vow to continue my efforts toward effecting positive change in as many lives as is possible. Thank you.
Well said. Ms. Pasquarella?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. You know, the story here is certainly one of tragedy, but it's also one of change and of perseverance and of redemption. Philip in many ways represents the promise of Miller and Montgomery, and of Act 277, the reason that we're here. He is what it looks like to learn from mistakes and to keep going, to not let them defeat you, to keep striving to do better and to be better. When he committed this crime, Philip was a 16-year-old child whose young life, and I hope you saw the extensive history in our packet, his young life that was characterized by torture, by neglect, by drug addiction, and who in the months before this crime had been the victim of a brutal gang rape at LTI. On drugs and in a panic that he would be sent back to the site of that assault, 16-year-old Philip committed this terribly tragic crime. But 44 years later, he is no longer that 16-year-old. He's instead a 60-year-old man, a compassionate teacher, a leader, and a mentor to others. He has made mistakes along the way. 20 years ago, he made some big mistakes. We discussed these escapes, and we've discussed them today. We discussed them at length at his resentencing hearing. I'm sorry that you weren't able to hear in person from Warden Vinoy, who had a scheduling conflict but wanted to be here. He did submit a letter that I hope you saw, and there are some notes in our expert reports. Warden Vinoy has noted that that escape, he picked Philip up from that escape. It was not violent, that Philip has learned his lesson from that he turned his life around, and Warden Vinoy has said it should not preclude him from a second chance. Philip has grown from someone who did not complete the 8th grade, as you heard, into a graduate of the Bible College, from a kid who suffered early on in prison to someone who has had only one write-up in 20 years and none in the last 14. He has done every rehabilitative program available in the prison, and he's done them multiple times because he teaches them. That he has been rehabilitated is supported by the fact that the prison has made it Phillip's job to teach rehabilitative programming in this prison. And it's not a job, as you all know well, that anyone can hold. There are only 50 facilitators in the entire prison. To be where Phillip is today, I think Warden Falgood said it well, to be a Class A trustee at Camp F, a facilitator, a mentor, a lead trainer at PAUSE, it's all shorthand to say he's been highly vetted and by this prison as to his rehabilitation and his trustworthiness. Prison officials who have known him best, Warden Benoit has known him for 40 years as an example, they've been unanimous in their support of him. They've said he's a model inmate, that he's always been polite and never violent. I hope you saw the notes from other officials who spoke at the resentencing hearing, but again, there are notes in the packet. His supervisors who've said he's one of the best trustees that we have. His supervisor who said all of his efforts are towards helping others. He's a compassionate guy. He's a role model who walks the walk. They say they know of no negatives against him. Phillip is someone who has had a near perfect record in the last 20 years. And I've heard the concerns that the board raised today and the concerns that the state has raised, and those concerns have been raised and disposed of in the district court as well. And of course, the board it has every right to reconsider them. But I think the board also knows, as we all know, that rehabilitation isn't a straight line. It's not a perfect line. Like in life, we don't look for perfection because the outside world isn't perfect. Rehabilitated people don't make no mistakes. They don't let their mistakes define them. They look to learn from them, to get better, to work to help others. And that is what Phillip has been doing. And that is why Warden Kane wants Phillip working for him in the prison. I suspect it's why this prison likes him working here. Because Phillip has done the hard work of falling and getting back up. And now he teaches that to others. Every court, every expert, including a well-known psychologist who met with Phillip over multiple days over the last 4 years, has looked at Phillip and met Phillip. They have noted the extraordinary transformation that he's made. Dr. Simoneau, who evaluated Phillip over the last 4 years, has noted that maybe it did take him longer. Mrs. Renatza, perhaps this is what you were getting at, but maybe it did take him longer than others to reach what we'd like to see as his full transformation. But he also noted, Dr. Simoneau, who's evaluated hundreds, if not thousands of people in Phillip's situation, that he's made more emotional strides than is typical, and that he's taken genuine responsibility and expressed genuine remorse in that setting for what he has done. I know there hasn't been a day that's gone by since November 2nd of 1979 that Phillip hasn't felt shattering grief and remorse. He's always taken full responsibility. He gave a full confession when he was arrested. 16-year-old Phillip actually tried to hang himself in the parish jail, leaving a note to his family saying, "I did this. I killed someone. I feel I should not be in this family." What we know about his genuine remorse and his genuine accountability, again, discrepancies around facts, he has done his best to be straightforward and honest about facts. That's another issue that has been raised and disposed of. I think what we know is that the prison has put him, well, I guess what I was going to say is what we know about remorse is not so much what you say, but also what you do. And what we know is that Phillip has done that work. The prison has put him in a position to not just be accountable, but to teach accountability to others. I've personally seen Phillip struggle with his sorrow and look to express it. And what I've seen him do is harness his guilt and shame and propel him to strive to be the best person he can. He's used it not to be perfect, but to keep working, to acknowledge his mistakes, take ownership, and keep going. Just a couple other things I want to mention that didn't come up today. When Phillip isn't working his job as a facilitator, you can find him giving back. You can find him training his black lab puppy Soldier for the PAWS program, or cleaning the kennels, or caring at great expense for the stray cats on the compound, or running an AA group, or preaching at the church, or taking guys aside who are struggling and counseling them. He's a mentor in title at the prison, but he's also a mentor and a role model and a leader when no one is watching. He's spent the last 4.5 decades in prison, working very hard to come from where he came from, to overcome what he came from and what he did. And he has everything that he needs now today at almost 61 years old to be successful outside of prison. He is sober. He treats his sobriety rightfully as the most important thing in his life. He's gone years and years and years in a difficult prison environment with no misstep, not even small. When the state has raised this question of how does he react to adversity, we know the answer to that. In the last 14 years, he has dealt with adversity. You all know that well. There is conflict every single day in this prison. And we know that PHILLIP has learned how to deal with adversity, make the right decisions, and walk away from conflict. If he hadn't, he would have had a write-up in the last 14 years. He has a job offer working for Commissioner Kane at Parchman Prison, the support of his siblings, his little sister, who's been waiting for this moment since she was 11 years old. You heard from her, also Kathy and Cindy, who I know is watching. And he has the support of the Parole Project. Every one of us, and I include the prison officials and administrators who have worked so much with PHILLIP and believe so much in him, are confident in the enormous success that he will have and the light that he will bring to those around him if granted parole today. And we pray that you give him this chance.
Thank you. Panel, okay, Mr. Shane, as you've heard here today, there's strong opposition. There's also strong opposition noted in the record from law enforcement. You know, I read the judge's order in September of this year, giving you life with parole. I read the order and I read the reasoning behind it, and I do agree. You know, you're not the worst of the worst. I do share some of the concerns that has been expressed here today, particularly Ms. Marino's statement about your reaction to your sentencing hearing in 2016 in Iberia Parish. You know, we talked about you planning this, you graduated to Bible college, you planned an escape and were successful in 2003. You got moved to Hunt. You participated in another escape. You claimed that 2003 was your knee-jerk reaction to being about the hepatitis diagnosis and prognosis. And then in 2009, you participated at the urging of others in an escape attempt. As you said, thankfully that was thwarted. But I do have, and then you've only been released from CCR, you know, just over 5 years. I have some concerns. I think I agree with Ms. Hallington. I need a little more sustained period of time to be sure that you are capable in adverse situations to make good decisions. For those reasons, and I'm only one vote, but for those reasons, my vote today is to deny your parole. Mr. Rocha.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shane. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I've listened intently. I've read all the documents. I've read all the list of accomplishments. And I've known you've been incarcerated for 44 years. But CCR is a restricted, and to be in restrictive segregated quarters for 14 years, and you got out in 2018, it's only 5 years that you've excelled. And I too would like to see more time with that same performance. So based on a very, very poor institutional record, your first 35, 40 years, I need to see more time. So my vote is to deny your request.
Mrs. Jackson.
Ms. Shane, you have done well recently. you've accomplished a lot recently. But I am concerned about, I understand that nobody is the same at 60 as they were at 16. I would hope that all of us, overcome mistakes and grow and toil and make better choices. But when I look at your prison conduct, you were well beyond those years of development as a juvenile. And yet you participated in not one, but two escape attempts. And then it troubles me that at your hearing in 2016, when it didn't go the way you expected it to go or wanted it to go, you acted out. And you were in your 30s then. And so that causes me pause, Mr. Shane. It really does. And so today I'm really not comfortable that you are ready. I think you will be one day, but I just don't think today is the day. So my vote today likewise is to deny.
All right, sir. Mr. Shane, you'll have the opportunity to reapply again. I encourage you to do so. Good luck to you, sir. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Page.
Good afternoon. How you doing, Ms. Renata?
Doing well, thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. Just stand by just a second. We're getting some folks in. Here we go. Let's go. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Corey Brian Page. My DOC number is 345030. I've been incarcerated for nearly 24 years.
Okay, well, who do you have there with you today? Would you introduce your guests?
Yes, I have a good friend of mine, Sidney Anderson, and his wife come to also give me support.
And what's Mrs. Anderson's first name?
Jessica.
Let me write it on my list. Okay, thank y'all for being here in support today. Okay, and then we also have by Zoom, we have Damian Page, who will be speaking on your behalf. We also have here with us today representing the victim, Jeffrey Harn, and also joining us is the Assistant District Attorney in Jefferson Parish, and we'll call on him at the appropriate time. First, I'm going to just read some identifying information into the record, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roche. Your case has been assigned to him. Okay, he'll take the lead on the interview. So, Mr. Page, you are currently, you're classified rather as a second felony offender. You have you were sentenced in November of 2001 in Jefferson Parish for multiple armed robberies and a second-degree kidnapping. Your parole eligibility date was determined to be August 1st of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
All that sound accurate? That's right? All that information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Roche. Please answer any questions he may have.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Page. Had to look at the clock to see what time it was.
How you doing, Mr. Roche?
Good. Mr. Page, you're currently what, 49 years old?
Yes, yes, sir.
And you have been convicted of 2 felonies. What was the first felony?
Second-degree battery, domestic violence.
And how much time did you serve?
1 year and 5 months.
Were you on supervision when this occurred?
No, ma'am. No, sir. After I got off, I was released. I did a 1 year and 7 months supervision without occurrence.
So, Mr. Page, you were prosecuted in Jefferson Parish for multiple armed robberies and a second-degree kidnapping. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Roche.
So tell me exactly why the judge sentenced you to 728 years.
Because I robbed the people of their security. I took them of their finances and made it hard for them to trust. Made them hard for them to trust the environment they lived up in.
So tell me exactly how many robberies did you commit over a very short period of time?
Those are 4 cases of armed robbery. One armed robbery was with Mr. Walter JERROL, where it came a second-degree kidnapping involved. You had a Domino Pizza robbery, which involved Felicia Knight and Cheryl Richardson. There was another computer store where they had Mr. Dugas and 4 customers were in present at the time. And then I robbed Mr. Peter and Gaynell Hand at their residence.
And each time you threatened to kill them if they didn't cooperate.
I specifically threatened them. I told Miss Felicia Knight that specifically.
So at what age did you commit these crimes?
I was 25, making 26.
So you're a grown man, you were not a teenager, you were not immature, you just made a intentional decision to relieve
Those people of their property and their possessions. Yes, so I was in my early stages of addiction. I was lost in a space and place at that time, and I didn't have the right I didn't look for the right help that was available.
with Mr. Page.
Yes, sir.
The most important thing that you rob these people of is a lifetime of feeling secure in their environment.
Yes, I did that, sir, and I did that, and since I did those things and coming to Angola, I've taken a couple of self-help classes and the victims awareness. I know now the things I did wasn't right, and there's no way I can make them feel secure about that other than do better and continue to be a better person. I no longer participate in criminal activity. I help others whenever available. I just I know I did something wrong. I robbed them of their security.
Your first hearing was in April of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And you were denied by a vote of 3-0.
Yes, sir.
Reasons given: disciplinary conduct, you needed a long-term substance abuse program,
Yes, sir.
and law enforcement opposition, DA's opposition. And the third member also said that you needed a long-term substance abuse program.
Yes, sir.
So tell me, what have you done to satisfy that concern of the last 3 board members?
Well, I enrolled into the STAR program, Substance Treatment and Recovery. And since then I've completed the program, and they taught me a bunch of things about myself that I didn't really realize about. You know, it's some underlying issues you have. I had ideas certain things, but I didn't know things about co-occurring disorders. I didn't know about criminal thinking and addictive thinking. I didn't realize triggers or even the things that I was really covering up and masking with the addiction. We're just trying to escape the reality of dealing with the real issue at hand. Right now, I've been in recovery going on 4 years, and I'm in stage 3 recovery right now. My addiction is arrested. I'm a sponsor with Newman Ministry. They're up here in New Orleans, in Angola, and we help other addicts in recovery. And I just help participate in whatever way I can.
So tell me some of the other things that you've done. You've taken a drug relapse course.
Yes, sir.
So tell me some of the other things you've done to satisfy that concern.
Well, as I say, right now, I'm currently a sponsor with the Newman Ministry. We are a recovering program. We help guys recovering from addiction and their substance abuse problems. We right now, I got the support of CATA, Council for Alcohol and Drug Addictions. If I were to be afforded the opportunity for parole, where they help me with continuing my sobriety. And I have Miss Lori Stone, part of the STR program. She assists me. But right now, I'm in a good place, and I continue to remain sober every day. It's a challenge every day, but it's something I know that it'll never go away. I just got to continue to be around those and support and help myself.
Tell me about the Trauma Healing Institute that you completed in September of this year.
Trauma healing, that was after recovery. That's when after the addiction stopped, I realized I had some things, some hangups from my childhood. You know what I'm saying? Physical abuse. And as I progressed and I completed that course, I went on, I realized how important it was that when people come through recovery, that they need to deal with the underlying issue, because it's not really drugs. The drugs are just a mask. And so I got my certification and became a trauma healing apprentice facilitator. I've done 2 classes and completed that and helped guys deal with their issues. And it's a real helpful thing. It's something I want to get off into more.
Okay. Now I see you completed the first 3 phases of the sex offender treatment. So tell me exactly why you took the sex offender treatment and why didn't you complete phase 4?
Well, I took the sex offender treatment for 2 reasons. One, I had an arrest for carnal knowledge in '99, and 2, I had a sex offense, a masturbation charge in 2014, and I decided to do something about it. I completed it. However, I never obtained certificate for it, because when I completed it, they transferred Mr. Van Windsor from the back area where I was housed at it back to the main prison. Although I have completed all 4 phases.
Okay. Tell me about thinking for a change.
Thinking for a change. Thinking for a change is it was something about that where it just helped you. For me, I was on autopilot. It's like I was programmed. Growing up all my life, I was a little bit of this, take a little bit of this, take a little bit of that, and made this Frankenstein of myself. And doing some things were more reflexive or reactionary than being who I am. Making better life decisions for myself.
I see you completed Inside Out Dad in 2023 since your last hearing. Tell me why.
Well, I took it because I have a 7-year-old grandson, and I want to be able to communicate with him. I want to be able to interact with him.
Tell me about your involvement with the CPR team.
CPR. Well, we have sometimes you're in this environment, people pass out, they need help. And that's a part of being who I am today. I want to help. I want to be able to help save lives, not just it doesn't just stop with drugs. I want to be available to help.
I see you got a community service award in September 2023. Tell me about that.
That's the best certificate I have in it. I'm a part of New Men. And it's not just about drugs. It's about getting your life to Christ. It's just that community service, giving back to community.
I see you also completed Celebrate Recovery in 2021.
Part of my recovery never stops.
You have done very well since your 2022 hearing. So tell me what your current job assignment is at Louisiana State Penitentiary.
My current job, I'm actually on paper as a junior for NOBTS, New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary, but currently I'm an offender mentor sponsor. I help those in recovery and new men. We got guys coming every 90 days and they going through detox, and we being spiritual guidance and encouragement, help them keep their fight to stay sober and live for Christ.
Tell us how you actually live in the dormitory with those guys.
I actually live in the dorm with these guys every day. 24 hours a day, I live with these guys. When these guys have arguments or disagreements with one another, they come ask me something, I intervene. If they want to know about scripture, they want to help write a letter to their family. They want to say, Corey, I feel like getting high right now, what I do? support.
Tell me about moral compass.
Moral compass helped me get a sense of direction after I was coming out of addiction, and I decided I wanted to give back. And once I gauged myself, it helped me gauge myself and see where I was at, where I was going wrong earlier. Then it gave me the tools I needed to help guys, you know. They have this thing what they call the reactionary phase. You're ill or you're in recovery. You know, help you gauge the people you're interacting with. Sponsor, mentor, the mentee, you know, sponsor the participant, resident. And it's something that's one of the books I go over quite regular, because you never quite get it down pat. You know, you're dealing with different personalities. You know, what type of management style, and with anger management, do we have compelling, you know, just type of ways to persuade communicate with the people we're surrounded with and help them live better, make better decisions.
I see you earned GED 1995.
I got my GED in 1995, and I've been a registered tutor with the state twice since I've been up in 2012 and 2019.
Tell me about the substance treatment recovery program that you finished in June.
Now, that program has been the most impactful program with me to thus far. Like I say, Miss Lori Stone has been a great help. And with the curriculum, we've been through the Hazelden material, new direction, cognitive behavior therapy, and it helped me learn more about myself, how to manage myself, you know, how to not hang with pirates on the ship, you know, just bad company, you know, to take responsibility for the things I've done in my addiction, and how to better move forward.
Okay. When was your last disciplinary write-up?
January 2nd, 2020.
And you've had no disciplinary write-up since your 2022 hearing?
No, sir.
So basically what I've spent the last 10 or 15 minutes doing is showing that you have done everything that was requested of you at the last hearing.
Yes, sir.
So tell me why I should vote for the individual who has multiple offenses, endangered the lives of the community, and was sentenced to 728 years of incarceration.
Because I'm faithful, loving, I'm an obedient child of God. I'm kind, I'm generous, I give, I expect nothing back. I tell the truth, I'm responsible, I respect all people. I'm humble, always preferring others over myself. I'm strong, I work hard, I don't complain, I just get it in. My old ways, the guy who robbed all those people, passed away. It is now God's way. I love, I see light, and I'm already free. I'm a new man in the heart and in life.
And when did this metamorphosis occur?
Within the past 4 to 5 years. It's continual. It's continual.
So let's talk about your drug addiction. What is your sobriety plan if and when you're ever released?
Well, like I said, I have resources available through Miss Lori Stone. I've been placed in contact with a sponsor named Melena Jones with CATA. It's Council for Alcohol and Drug Addiction in New Orleans on Tulane. The transitional housing at Keep It Real Ministries, they have support. And like I said, STR, through Miss Lori, I still have contact with her.
Okay, so
anything.
the transition plan is with Keep It Real Ministry. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
It's in St. Bernard Parish, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And you got a sponsor in the ward?
Yeah, our name is Melena Jones. It's Melena Jones on Tulane. It's called CATA.
Okay, so when you requested by DOC for an address where you're gonna be living, where will you be living?
I don't have any residency right now other than what I be provided with, sir. I was told that I would be provided with housing at Keep It Real Ministries.
And that's probably for a year and a half, but
Yes, sir.
what will you, I need to know some permanent residency.
Permanent residence. I have my little brother. That's why he's here today. Say if I need permanent residency outside of that, he'd be willing to take me in. My little brother lives in Augusta.
Augusta, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
And he's your
my natural birthright brother. Yes, sir.
Because it would have to be family members for you to get an interstate compact.
Yes, sir. It's my brother. His name Damian Page.
Okay. Warden Falco, would you like to make any comments, remarks, or observations?
Yes, sir. We've been working Corey really hard, and he's been accepting of that with this new man program as far as dealing with sobriety. This program has been ongoing, and it's going to be people like Corey that'll perpetuate this program to continue as far as battling with the substance abuse issues that we have here, just like there are in the community. The program's started grassroots and it's really taken off. It's got support from Warden Hooper down, and he's been doing a good job for us in that capacity there.
Has he been with the program since the beginning?
Yeah, I'm looking at him right now, and pretty much he was one of the initial guys that went through it and has stayed in it, and is, like I said, progressed through and is now mentor. So
Thank you, Warden. I appreciate it.
sure.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. So you mentioned your brother, Damian Page. We'd like to hear from Mr. Damian now.
Hello, thank you for hearing me today. I'm here to express my unshakable support for Corey and his release. Basically, I know he gets choked up and may have trouble speaking. I don't have that trouble. Just to let you guys know, I basically shared with him long ago that contrary to what his original sentence was, that he would absolutely see this day and see freedom again. But I did state to him that only way that's going to happen is if he's truly changed in his heart. So over the last 20 years that have passed us, and just the fact that he's sitting here today tells me that, you know, God doesn't throw away his children, and, you know, his work with Corey isn't done. It's basically my belief that, you know, we should not continue to do so either. Don't throw my brother away. And I'm not saying that that's what's happened, because, you know, what he did warrant correction. But Corey's taken accountability. He owns and, you know, lives up to the fact that he owns whose life he's affected and how he's affected it. We only ask the opportunity to show that who he can become, basically walking out of there. And even with myself, I'm not the same child he left behind. I'm basically now a grown man that's able to support my brother in what he needs, the same as I support my family in what they need in my direct everyday life. He stated I live in Augusta. I do live in a small suburb of Augusta. It's Evans, Georgia. Anyone who's familiar with it, it's probably because we were voted the best place to live in the United States back in 2020. You know, me and my wife have a stable home environment. We have a stable work environment, and I have the resources to provide Corey, you know, the path to get to where he wants to go and what he shared with me that he wants to do. So really, we're not asking for a second chance because, you know, we can't go back. We don't get, you know, a DeLorean to go back and make better decisions. He's choosing to make the better decisions today, so we're only asking for a new opportunity. So that, you know, you guys can even look back and be proud of the decision you made to vote for his release. And in voting for his release, I do recall last year during the parole hearing discussion, you know, his record was brought up and, you know, as set forth of what we required from him and really what he required from himself, I believe he's smashed through all those goals, which is a great thing. And prior to leaving, one of the members of the panel did state, hey, you know what, if you complete this program, I'll vote for your release. Now, I don't see that person here today, but it was said, and I'm like, hey, he sure did go ahead and do that. Another thing that I noticed is in comparison to his list of convictions, there's almost 0 victims who've come out against his release, with the opportunity being provided to them to do so. And while I'm not privy to all the information, it just makes me believe that there's at least a likelihood that they have chose to heal and believe in forgiveness. Those still in pain, they definitely have my sympathy, and of course they have Corey's sympathy. But it's my hope that it doesn't take another 20+ years for them to heal and grow into forgiveness. So, you know, just to kind of wrap it up, that being said, my joy today, as I'm here, is instead because, you know, I believe that the vote for his approval should be released, and I'm proud to say that as Corey's brother, and with all he's completed and remained diligent in completing it and remaining consistent, that, you know, he will become more than a productive member of society, not just a cliche, but someone who can move forward. You know, if he's able to come, then, you know, I don't know how that works, but if he is able to come, we have housing ready for him. And of course, even my sister, unfortunately, she's in the Air Force and she's stationed in Okinawa, Japan. Her name is Air Force Major Holly Jones, but she'll be back in June of 2024. And she's already pledged her support and assistance before and after she returns. So he has a strong support environment. And we are committed to getting to know who Corey is today. We already know who he was, and I want him to know who I am today. I'm not the same kid, as I said, I'm like 45 years old now. So I definitely believe that moving forward in his release is going to benefit everybody 100%. And the work that the work he started doing there, I'm hoping that he can continue to do so on the outside, because it doesn't take a conviction for people to need help, but it does take conviction to be helpful.
Can you wrap it up for us?
Yeah, that actually was it. I was saying it doesn't take a conviction to need help, but it does take conviction to be helpful. And that's who he is.
Yes, sir. And thank you so much for dialing in from Augusta or Georgia. Thank you, sir. So now we'll hear from victim's son, Mr. Jeffrey Hand. Is it Hand? I'm sorry, I mispronounced it earlier. Would you, yes, sir, please.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Hand, and I'm the son of Peter and Gaynell Hand. That were 2 of the victims of this 2-week crime spree that occurred. On the night that this happened, it was a Friday night, and my parents lived on the west bank of Jefferson Parish in Terrytown, and my mom's sister, Kay, lived in Metairie on the east bank of Jefferson Parish. And we had what we call Friday night seafoods, pretty much every Friday night. And we were there. Unfortunately, my father at the time was dying of lung cancer. He had stage 4 lung cancer. That cancer had begun to spread into his bones. So they didn't stay very long that night. They had to leave early. And my father let my mother drive home. When they got home, he was in such pain, he wanted to get in and he wanted to get to his meds. And in doing so, he went in first, leaving my mother to take care of the car, lock it up, and get in. The defendant, Mr. Page, in a cowardly act, was casing the neighborhood. And what he did was he saw what he thought was an elderly woman alone. And he got out with his gun, forced her into the house at that point. My mother started screaming as she was being forced into the home. My father, a retired New Orleans policeman, went to the doorway to see what was going on and encountered the defendant, and they fought. My father got pistol whipped, suffered a broken rib, adding to the pain that he was already in. He then proceeded to rob them and fled and continued on his 2-week crime spree. At his last hearing, he admitted that in Angola, and he was on heroin when they investigated the case. He was a heroin addict at the time he committed those crimes. And when he, less than 2 years ago, came before this committee, he said then that he had just used heroin in Angola. He stated, things got tough. I used heroin. And he referenced that several times in that hearing. Well, when you have a record like he's gotten, he had a prior felony conviction for domestic abuse battery, and then he has this string of violent convictions. He's a violent offender. Things are going to be tough for him if he's to be released. And his go-to is to go back to drugs. And I'm a career prosecutor, 37 years. And when somebody like him gets in tough situations, they fall back to what they've always done. And next time, instead of just robbing and harming, he's more likely to continue to progress forward and kill and take some innocent victims' life. And that's what my parents were, like all these other victims. They were 2 innocent victims just strictly going into their home, and they were extremely violated by the defendant. So my mother is still alive. She's 89. And she and I both adamantly oppose his release. And we respectfully ask this committee to deny his release.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Meyer.
Good afternoon, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We're also strongly opposed to Mr. Page's request for parole. First, you need to look at the nature of the offense, which Mr. Hand kind of went through in his particular situation, and Mr. Page's criminal history. If you look back from 1992 to 2001, when he was incarcerated in this case, almost every offense was violence, included violence or weapons, or a couple of juvenile offenses. That's very concerning, and I think because of his extensive criminal history, that's why he was given a total of 782 years in prison. He's only served 20 years. And we think for the number of offenses that he has committed, the crimes he's committed in Jefferson Parish, that 20 years is not sufficient time for him to have served and to be able to be released. If we look at what he's done, and I appreciate all the substance abuse training and treatment that he's done, and I think that's very good and that'll be helpful for him at some point. But if you look at his disciplinary report, he's had 37 disciplinary reports. In 2020, he had 1. 2019, he had 2, but 1 was for intoxication. He had a sex offense in 2014. He's had disciplinary reports every year but 2 years between 2002 and 2020. Now, the progress report of record shows that he did have another one in 2001. I'm sorry, 2021, but I don't see that one on the disciplinary report that's there. So, but the last 10 years, he's had about 16 disciplinary reports, and we think that's unacceptable. So for those reasons and the strong victim opposition, we're opposed to his request for parole.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your input. Mr. Page, is there something you'd like to say to the panel before we vote?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to say that I'm not the same person. I understand what the victim, Mr. Hand, is saying, and I would feel the same way I'm about to imagine. And I respect the disposition of the DA. And I just want to let her know that I'm not that same person, that I'm going to continue to work and be better than I am today and better than the person I was then. I just want to thank you for this opportunity.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Page. I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Roche.
Mr. Page, this is a very difficult decision for me to make. You have a history of violence. And basically, you were, what, in your 30s when you committed this crime?
I was 25.
25. And you're 49 now, so you've been incarcerated for 24 years.
Yes, sir.
You had a hearing in March of 2022, about 18 months ago.
April, yes, sir.
And you were given explicit instruction by that panel of things that you needed to do before your next hearing. Excuse me 1 second.
Yes, sir.
And you were given a specific list of things that we needed you to accomplish. You needed
Yes,
long-term
sir.
substance abuse. You need to stay right up free.
Yes,
And you need to have a good institutional record before you apply for your
Yes,
next
sir.
year.
Yes, sir.
Warren Falcon said that you have done very well in the last 2 or 3 years. You had a write-up since 2020, which is almost 3.5 years.
Next month will be 4.
So I'm delivering my decision.
Yes, sir.
Don't have me to change my mind.
Yes, sir.
You will never serve your entire sentence. You'll never serve 10% of that sentence.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm delivering my decision. You don't need to respond to me. Ten percent of that is 72 years. You'll never serve for 72 years. I'm gonna take a chance on you, Mr. Page. I'm only one vote. But because you have done exactly what the board asked you to do, and you have exceeded that expectation, you've been right up free for at least 3 years. I'm going to grant your request for early release. But don't abuse this golden ticket, because it is a golden ticket. It is only one issued for a lifetime. If you ever commit another felony, or you don't follow rules and regulations of your supervision, you will get arrested, you'll get revoked, and you have 700 years back sentence. You will never see the light of day again. Because once you revoke, that original sentence is imposed. And under supervision, you are not allowed to have any criminal activity, whether it be a misdemeanor or a felony. DOC will bring you from wherever you are, even if it's in Evanston, Georgia, you'll get extradited, come back to Louisiana, and have a revocation hearing, and you will get revoked. And you serve the 700 years. Do we understand each other?
Yes, sir.
Your conditions after release. You are to attend at least 3 NAAA meetings a week. You will have random drug screens. And if you get a dirty drug screen, you will be arrested and sent back to DOC in the state of Louisiana. Random drug screens, I want you to have a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. I'm sorry, 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I want you to maintain full-time employment within 3 months of your release. Break any one or violate any one of those conditions, I will personally sign a warrant for your arrest and see that you revoke. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Mrs. Jackson.
Ms. Page, I was a judge for 28 years before retiring and joining the Pardon Board, and I've listened to hundreds of people over the course of 28 years, and I like to think I'm a pretty good reader of people and of situations, and I don't fall for a lot of BS. I never have. And so I can tell when somebody is genuine and somebody is not. And I was impressed by your interview today. I think that you genuinely have changed from the person that you were. I think you are committed to devoting your life to positive things. And I'm very happy today to not leave you stuck as the person you were 24 years ago. Because if we don't believe that people have the capacity to change and become better people, then why do we even bother with programming and DLC to begin with if we're going to always leave them stuck in the place that they started? And you have risen above your situation. You've gone above and beyond everything that was required of you. And so my vote today would be a conditional grant to a Georgia ICOTS, because I think you have more support with your family in Georgia than you would have with the first 72 in New Orleans. I think that's a better environment for you and moves you out of the place where all of this started. And you have a better support system. You have permanent place to live, and you have services in place for you. So my vote would be to grant conditionally to an ICOTS to Georgia.
Madam Chairman, I fully agree with that amendment to my decision. And my decision is now grant upon completion of an improved ICOT to Augusta, Georgia.
To Georgia.
To Georgia.
All right, thank you. And I do agree with my colleagues. My vote is the same for the same reasons. Submit your interstate compact. They'll help you do. You understand all that?
I don't understand what an ICOT is.
Interstate compact.
All right.
Now you understand?
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Page, you will not be released until that is approved.
All right.
All right, we're ready for our next case, and that is Mr. Floyd. Sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Yes, my name is Floyd FLUGENCE, DOC 401997.
All right, and you're here this afternoon. You appeared before the Pardon Board in 2020, some time ago.
Yes,
and received a favorable recommendation from the Pardon Board August 29th, 2020, that your sentence be commuted from life to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. And so the governor signed that in August of this year. And so that's why we're here today, because you're parole eligible now.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're serving now a 99-year sentence for second-degree murder in Lafayette Parish.
Ma'am.
And your parole eligibility date was the date that the governor signed the clemency. So the parole eligibility is August 29th, 2023. Excuse me, I want to acknowledge you have a lot of guests there with you at Angola. We have a room full here also with us in Baton Rouge. I'm just going to read the names of the folks who said they'll be speaking. And we have Mr. Kerry Myers with the Parole Project. Here with us in Baton Rouge, Mr. Richard Dugas and Mr. Clifton Dugas will be speaking on your behalf. Now, I have a question to ask just about the list I have of the guests that are there at Angola. I have a Sydney Morton. Where's Mr. Morton? Sydney Anderson. Is he in the room?
He's here, Mr. Nazi, he's off.
I have him listed twice. I have him listed as Sydney Morton, and I have him listed as Sydney Anderson. So I need to know which is correct.
Sydney Morton.
Sydney Morton. Sydney Morton. Okay. I got it. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Flugence, your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mrs. Jackson. Would you answer any questions she may have?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Your case has been assigned to me, and Chairman Renats, I have a little bit different information. I'm showing he appeared before the board for a pardon hearing on May 8th, 2023.
I do see that. I apologize.
Yeah, and at that time, we recommended that your sentence be commuted to 99 years. And the governor signed that commutation, approved that on August 29th, 2023, 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. And so you are here today because of the governor's favorable ruling. In May of this year, when you appeared before the board acted based on the very favorable recommendation from the warden for the community service work you have done within the institution, your excellent disciplinary record, your good programming, and you had just a tremendous amount of community and family support, as is evidenced by all the people who are here today. And so let me start by asking, has anything changed with you since May 8th of 2023? Any new programs, any disciplinary matters? Has anything changed since we last saw you?
Yes, ma'am. I recently took a class, a driving course. Completed the driving course that I took. Also still active with the community, with the KMC population. In the process of training an individual to go and do processes for the population, get care packages and stuff together for the holidays. So I've still been active with the community at KMC. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. You know, there's not really a lot that I need to ask you, Mr. Flugent, because, you know, we did consider you earlier this year and, you know, you were unanimously approved by the four of us who were on the panel. You only had 3 write-ups during the course of your incarceration, and that was in 2006. You have a good institutional record. You were described by the staff as a model inmate, and the warden had very good comments about you. So what I will ask now is, if you're successful today, what is your transition plan? Where do you plan to go? I see that Mr. Myers from the Parole Project is here. And so I'm assuming that they would assist you in your transition. But what are your long-term plans and goals?
Well, like I'm with Mr. Myers. With Mr. Myers, it'll be a good fit for me to learn a little bit more about what's happening in the world and society today. And long term, hopefully, I'll be working with a friend of mine and with his service and stuff, and helping out the community. They got some businesses that they have inside the community, and I'll be able to go and speak on behalf of the community and help out those that need to be helped.
What kind of work do you plan to
Let
do?
them know that.
What kind of work do you
Well,
plan?
they have a janitorial service. They have a janitorial service, and they also do a little talking and stuff with kids at the group homes and stuff like that. And I'll assist them in any manner that I can to help them.
Who do you plan to live with?
Well, I'm gonna live with my sister for the time being, and
Where does she live?
in Lafayette.
All right. And do you plan to settle permanently in the Lafayette area?
Yes, ma'am. That's my plan. That's my plan.
All right. Warden Fellow, is there any other information you want to add?
No, ma'am, other than nothing has changed, you know, as you earlier spoke.
Okay.
It's been going fine.
You sure you don't want to keep him?
Don't make me answer that.
Okay, that's all I have.
Put me on the spot, that's not nice.
Okay, we'll hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Myers.
Good afternoon, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Ms. Jackson, I think, has summed it up as well as I can ever do it. We are certainly prepared to bring Mr. Flugence into our program. He will get the benefit of our reentry mentors who will personally work with him on a daily basis, helping him make this transition after almost 28 years of incarceration. We understand what that means, the obstacles he has to overcome, the things he has to learn, and we're fully prepared to do that. And we'll continue to follow up with him and give him case management throughout that first year. And even though that's where officially our program ends, Mr. Flugence will know, and every one of our clients know, that once a client, always a client. So we just asked this board to grant us parole today.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, here with us, can we hear from Mr. Richard, you guys? Yes, sir, please.
What it's saying, all this that I have is not that long, but we covered so much in your talk. Anyway, we certainly here to support Floyd in every way we can. I thank you for allowing me to speak on his behalf. I used to visit and go quite often on a monthly basis, actually, as a Catholic Eucharistic minister. When a good friend and former classmate of mine, Danny McCarthy, asked that I seek Floyd out. Friend's son, Chris, was on the Como High School wrestling team with Floyd. Floyd was a heavyweight, and Chris was a little featherweight. Anyway, Floyd grew up during the 70s and 80s, was raised by his mother and his grandmother until they passed, and then he was raised by his aunt. His father was never in his life. For those reasons, Floyd was almost always in need of transportation to and from wrestling practices, as well as many wrestling meets out of town where the McCarthy family comes in. They became quite fond of Floyd, finding him very courteous and appreciative of their help, and often protective when wrestling meets took him in unsafe areas of New Orleans. Floyd also played football for Oklahoma High School, and these guys right here have done. And Shannon McCarthy, who is monitoring this as we speak, along with her husband. And he was also a former football player. His name was Scott. He came in right after Floyd was on his way out, and he was able to wear Floyd's number 70, the number Floyd used to wear. And he told Scott to uphold the integrity of his number, don't let it get messed up. Well, I've heard many times while visiting Floyd of his remorse and sorrow for the family that left behind after that shooting. I also know that he worked very hard in many areas, mentoring young inmates. In fact, a mother of an inmate, her name was Patricia Trahan, wrote a letter to your board telling you how she had gotten to know Mr. Flugence, affectionately referring to him as Big Flu. In fact, that's all anybody knows of him over there is Big Flu. Because of his interaction with other inmates and guards, as well as her own son. She credited Floyd's mentorship for her son's improved behavior. Floyd has been incarcerated for 26 or 27 years. He's been a Class A inmate all that time, or most of it. He has taken 14 or so different courses offered by Angola for his personal improvement. He has been acknowledged for his exemplary work in rodeo time, as a cook, and several other areas. Floyd also has a job waiting, as he just said, and a place to live once he becomes free. But best of all, he has these fellas and several of them that couldn't make it today, along with myself and other people that are going to ensure his success once he gets on the outside of Angola. Floyd is a good and honest man. As a future, in his future life, he will demonstrate, I have no doubts, he become a productive, positive member of society. And we can go on, but he's a good person. I thank you all for allowing me to be here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And Mr. Clifton?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Clifton BEAU. Been a friend of Floyd's for about 37 years since our freshman year of high school, not yet. I apologize if you hear some of the same things. I'll try to be brief. I previously also submitted a letter of support for Floyd, which I hope you received and maybe had a chance to review. This morning, just make a few more statements on his behalf. As a practicing attorney and a member of the Louisiana and Texas bars for over 25 years, I believe that the primary goal of rehabilitating inmates is just as important, if not more important, than the punitive element of the sentence. Having been involved with Floyd and seeing his progress over the last several years, I truly believe that he is the perfect example of a successful rehabilitation. As Mr. Richard mentioned, you have the records of all the programs and certifications that he's completed, and I believe those speak for themselves in terms of his accomplishments and his determination to make himself a better person. He's a Class A trustee. He's performed admirably in the kitchens that he goes for years. You mentioned that he's only had 3 write-ups in the past 25 plus years. I think they were maybe for being late for work, which are minor indeed, and ones that I think we're probably all guilty of from time to time. So in a nutshell, Floyd stayed positive during his time in Angola. He's avoided any further trouble. He's used his time in a productive manner, and he has the full support and trust of the Angola Warden and the staff. I believe he's successfully prepared himself for the next steps in his rehabilitation in his life. And I believe that the parole process is intended for individuals just like Floyd that have shown this type of progress. Mr. Richard and I spoke to you back in May of this year. he graciously recommended the commutation of flood sentence from life in prison without parole to a 99-year sentence, which government approved. So we're now asking you to take the next step and grant Floyd's parole request so that he can start a new life on the outside as a providing and caring person. This request is not in any way intended to downplay the seriousness of his crime or the damage that he caused. I speak to Floyd just about every weekend, and he acknowledges all the hurt that he caused. He's greatly remorseful for it, and he wishes he could take it all back. He knows that no amount of apology will bring the victim back, but he does apologize profusely in the last times I've spoken with him. I do believe that the focus of a parole hearing should, in large part, be about the offender and the rehabilitation that he's undergone. And as such, whether he's deserving of release. In this instance, I think Floyd FLUGENCE represents the perfect example of the roles that rehabilitation and parole are intended to serve. As a young adult, we all knew Floyd. He had no legal trouble whatsoever until that horrible day in 1997 that he wishes he could take back. As Mr. Richard mentioned, he has friends and loved ones waiting to welcome him home. We're going to give him all the support he needs to succeed. There's a place to stay after the parole project, multiple opportunities for jobs. So each of us here today and all the others watching online, we've all committed to do whatever's necessary to help him in his next steps. So we humbly request that the board granted his request so that he can see this wish come true. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. FLUGENCE, is there a statement you'd like to say to the committee before we vote?
I just want to thank the committee for allowing me this time and for all the family, all the support that came for me. It touches my heart, and I thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Jackson?
Hi, Mr. FLUGENCE. I was on the panel in May and I voted to recommend commutation. Nothing has changed other than you continue to do the things that you were doing before that earned you that recommendation. So my vote today would be to grant your early release. And I honestly don't think I need to put any conditions on you, because I think your community service is in your nature. And I believe that you're going to continue to do that. And so my vote today is to grant and wish you the best.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. FLUGENCE?
Yes, sir.
How you doing this afternoon?
How you doing, sir?
Good. Nice seeing you again.
I'm doing good, sir. Yourself? Yes,
My
sir.
vote is the same as Judge Jackson, but I'm going to add some conditions. A curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I'm going to mention that community service, and I want you to do with at-risk youth. These youngsters are running rampant. I want you to talk to those on a regular basis and try to steer them in the right direction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, then. Well, my vote's the same.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Same conditions. You understand them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you, Big Flu.
Thank you.
Don't let all these people down. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. To the right page. Mr. Lewis, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
JERROL Lewis, 435349.
Say that again, 43.
5349.
That's what I, okay, thank you. And counsel, would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Adrienne Hutchison, attorney with the Louisiana Parole Project, here on behalf of Mr. JERROL Lewis, and I'll reserve my comments for the end.
Okay, thank you. And I want to acknowledge that we have there with you your dad, Mr. Curtis Lewis, will be speaking on your behalf, along with a whole bunch of other uncles and aunts and sisters and friends and cousins. Thank everybody for being here today. We appreciate it. We'll also hear from Kerry Myers with the Parole Project. So first, let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll get started with the parole interview. All right. Mr. Lewis, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in December of 2000 for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And your parole eligibility date was December 2nd, 2023. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Lewis, how old are you, sir?
42.
And how long you been in jail?
25 years.
Right at 25 years, which is what makes you eligible to be seen today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were 17 at the time you committed the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you also had a co-defendant, Mr. Hayes, Gregory Hayes, is that right?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Just for the record, I'd like for you to give us a brief description of what happened that sent you to jail.
Yes, ma'am. That was the most dreadful day of my life. I did some drugs, and me along with my co-defendant, we took off walking, and we had decided to rob somebody. We cut through the washateria. I thought we was cutting through, and when I turned around, he wasn't with me, and I went back, and him and Mr. Elwood they were tussling, and what I thought was going to be a robbery turned into this situation, and I handed him a gun, and eventually Mr. Elwood, I'm responsible for the death of Mr. Elwood.
So you handed who the gun? Mr. Hayes?
Yes, ma'am. I should have never given him that gun, but I did. I'm sorry.
Tell us why you had a gun.
Back then, I just thought it was cool. I just had a gun, and I thought it was cool, and I just had it. It was stupid though.
So you carried the gun with you all the time?
No, ma'am, not all the time.
Why'd you have it that day?
Because we had talked, we had actually discussed robbing somebody, and it turned bad.
So if you were going to rob somebody, what did you think the purpose of the gun was?
To rob somebody. The purpose of the gun was just to rob somebody. I didn't even consider the fact that Mr. Evans was gonna lose his life. I didn't consider that fact.
Well, you have a gun because you intend to shoot the gun, which was what happened. So it never entered your mind or Mr. Hayes' mind that somebody could lose their life.
Thinking about it now, I knew it was a possibility. I just know I was out of my mind. I was out of my mind at the time.
Yeah, and so what you said, you mentioned you and he were doing drugs. What kind of drugs were we talking about?
Oh, I did some weed dipped in embalming fluid, which they call clickums, and I did some angel dust.
So how old were you when you first started using drugs? First,
I was 12 years old.
and what was it that you started?
When I started, I was just using regular weed, and just regular weed. And then I graduated to the Clickums, and I started doing the angel dust.
So you mentioned the first time you started smoking marijuana was about the age of 12, and that was your first arrest? Was that the age of 12? That's what my record says. What was that arrest for?
At the age of 12, I'm certain it was probably for either stealing out of a store or maybe auto theft or something. I can't really recall, but whatever it is, I did it. And
You stole a car. That's what the first one was.
I knew it had to be around that area. Whatever it was, I did it, and I'm sorry I did it. I just still wasn't doing no thinking.
So as an adult, what other arrests do you have as an adult?
As an adult, none that I know of.
Let's see, my note says one other arrest. It was about a month prior to the murder for possession of stolen things. Remember that?
Possession of stolen thing. Okay, that was it.
It was a conviction. It was an arrest.
Oh, that was in 1998. All right, I had bought a car from Cheryl Silk. I remember now. I bought a car from Miss Cheryl Silk, and somebody else had stole her car. Somebody else had stole her car, and she got it back, and she never did let them know that they got their car back. So when I was driving and going to the store early that morning, the police pulled me over, and they said that it had been stolen. But when I got down to the police station, they said if I called her and she verified that they would let me go, and she called and verified that I bought the car from her.
Okay, that's why I guess it was, it says it was not billed at the victim's request. So now you've explained that for us. So how old were you? You were 17 at the time of the crime. How old were you when you first came to Angola?
I was 17, 18, 19.
19. What grade did you complete in school when you were on the street?
Well, the last grade I remember, I was in the 9th grade.
Why'd you drop out?
I was struggling academically, and I couldn't understand that. I couldn't understand that stuff back then. I was trying, and one time my mom, who's no longer here with me today, she was trying to push for them to put me in special ed because I was learning slowly. So, you know, and I just couldn't comprehend all that stuff at the time.
Yeah, I do want to say sorry to hear. I read about your mother's passing earlier this year. Condolences for your loss.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So there was some indication that you were suspended from school or expelled. You remember any of that situation? Were you bullied at all?
Well, when I was in the 5th grade, I had a guy. This guy was huge. I don't know if he was supposed to be in the 5th grade either. And I do remember getting it, you know, and he was kind of big. I didn't really want to mess with him, but you know, he messed with me. This guy jumped on my back one day and then and took me down, you know. And but other than that, you know, I've had other.
So did you get kicked out of school there? For that?
I got suspended.
Okay. All right. And then finally, you quit school in the 9th grade, or early in the 9th grade. I have that you completed 8th grade, but you quit in the 9th grade. So tell us about what you've done since you've been 19 there at Angola in terms of your education. Tell us about it.
Oh, in terms of my education, that was a struggle for me. You know, I started out when I got here, I didn't start right away messing with my educational background, but one day I looked in the mirror and I wanted to see who I had become. I asked myself, who am I? And I didn't have an answer. And then I was displeased, so I started educating myself, I had a guy the club I'm associated with now, which is Association of Literary Arts, and they would start helping me read and understand. They had built a program called Scholastic Nights. And what they were doing was they were secretly helping people, you know, read, write, and understand and stuff. And so who's the guy who's the president still now, which is a good friend of mine now, he was laboring with me, but I ended up going to school. I started out in the third grade, on a third grade level, because I had to just come to grips and mature and realize that I was uneducated. So, you know, the process went on. I was embarrassed because I said I'm old as dirt and I'm not getting it, but I had to put my pride aside and I continued to push. And it took me 10 or 11 years. And when I finally got to where I was about to where I was about to graduate, Miss Monica, she told me, she says, you're 2 points short. I begged her to let me take the pre-high set. I begged her, and she eventually let me do it, right? And so she called me to her office and she told me, she said, I don't know why I took a chance on you. And then she come back and told me, she said, but I put my head down because I felt like I had let her down. And she said, but you passed everything, you know, and I got excited. She put me on to put the GED. I took it and passed it too. I went on to do get a welding trade. I went on to get, you know, I'm in the Bible college right now, the NOBTS college, and I'm just continuing educating myself, and that's pretty much my history.
So you got your GED. It looks like you were in your mid-30s. Is that about right? I have 2018, which I got a gnat flying around in there or something, trying to aggravate you.
I'm sorry.
A big old fly.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Have a fly in the room.
So, how did that make you feel when you got your GED?
Man, I was excited because it made me feel like I can do anything, you know, and as a result, I have been constantly moving forward. I can understand better now. When I say a word, I know what I'm talking about because I can comprehend now. So it made me feel real good.
It's so good to hear. I'm so glad to see your excitement. And then I look at your record. I asked you all those questions because I saw that you are currently a freshman in the Bible college. And I wondered, how in the world did you accomplish that? But you never looked back. Once you got that, you kept moving forward. Good for you. Good for you. I also, for the record, I want to say that you did anger management. I see in 2006 you completed that. You did the substance abuse, living in balance, and it looks like you might have did that. Well, you finished it in 2017. Did you take that twice?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I took it a few times.
Okay.
I took it a couple more times than that because I wanted to make sure, at the time I wasn't comprehending it right. I wanted to make sure I understand and keep my sobriety. So I took it on quite a few occasions.
And then this year you finished the 100 hours. You have 46 write-ups in your record. The last was in December of 2020. Was that the cell phone?
Yes.
Why'd you have a cell phone?
When I learned my mother was sick, I'm sorry, I apologize to administration, and I shouldn't have did it. I should have found a better way to do it. When I learned she was sick, I had the opportunity. The guy offered me the opportunity to use the phone, and I did it, and I made a huge mistake because I damaged my record a little bit, and I'm sorry to administration and the board.
Well, prior to that, like I said, you had 46 of them all together, but let's see, is it 10 in the past 10 years? Is that right? Let me look. I don't know. Let me look on my notes. Seven in the last 10 years, but the last was in 2020. You got a contraband in 2019. What was that for? You went to the farm line for that. What was that for? Remember?
That was all the same thing. That's why they so close together, because it was all the same thing.
No, listen, that was in June of 2019, and the cell phone was December 23rd of 2020.
That was, you talking about when I got the.
He's asking what the write-up was for in 19.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That was for a cell phone.
So that was twice a cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you still enrolled in victim awareness?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What have you learned from that so far?
Oh, yeah, I learned all the damage that I have caused, you know, Mr. Elwood, his family, and the community. You know, it showed me how I created traumatic experience in their lives. And it showed me that things could have been different had I not even done the crime. You know, it showed me how much of me being inconsiderate. I destroyed his life. I destroyed his family's life. And I can't begin to imagine the pain that I've caused him.
Did you finish thinking for change?
No, ma'am. I think I had my life.
You're still in it? You're still enrolled?
Yes, ma'am.
What have you learned so far out of that?
Oh, I learned the cognitive cycle for sure. And when you get into a situation, and this was real helpful to me, and because I like learning new things. When you get into a situation, the process come in with the thought, and then your feeling, and then your actions, and you have to process those things in that order before you make a decision, and to teach you risk, you know, to recognize risk. And when you recognize risk, you won't make the decision that you made if it don't, you know, it's not where you're trying to go and be at in life. You won't make that decision, and it'll stop you from victimizing people. It'll stop you from putting people into a position, and it even victim awareness taught me how I victimized my family, and I didn't even know it. And I wanted to tell them I was sorry because I really didn't know how much I victimized.
Well, I appreciate it, and I'm so glad that you got a lot out of that, both of those programs. So you just need to continue sitting on the front row till you finish thinking for change. Tell us about your music. You're a musician?
Yes, ma'am.
How'd you learn to do that?
I under the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, I just started picking up instruments and playing. I knew I wanted to play music, and I just started playing. I see where they had a need for musicians, so I just started playing, you know, and it was real warming to my soul, you know, and I just picked it up and I got successful with it. I started off with the drums, then I decided I wanted to play the keyboard, the piano, and I started playing, and I was effective with it. Decided I wanted to play the bass, I was effective with it. Decided I wanted to play the guitar, I was effective with it. I jumped on the organ. I have a little more work to do on the organ because I didn't have a constant access to it, but I can play it, you know, and I can play it. So that's
yeah. So I tell you what, let me ask Warden Falgout what he can add to the discussion. Warden Falgout, anything you'd like to say?
Yes, ma'am. You know, he had these two write-ups related to the cell phone, one in 19, one in 20. Prior to that, he had in 2014 was the write-up prior. You know, since then, he's worked in a mattress factory for us. Worked in the welding shop, did some maintenance for us. You know, as far as any issues outside of the two write-ups, we've not had any issue. He's a good inmate for us.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Mr. Lewis, I just want to let you know in the record, we do have a letter For Mr. McFarland. Is it the welding instructor? Talking about the work, how well you did in the welding class. So you're to be commended for that. I don't have any other particular questions. Let's hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. First, from Mr. Myers, Parole Project.
Good afternoon. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. Here to say that Mr. Lewis is our client. We have screened him and accepted him as our client. At the age of 17, he made a fateful decision. Number one, to carry the gun. Number one, to hand the gun to his co-defendant. That's the kind of decisions 17-year-olds make. Not every 17-year-old, but it's certainly causation. And we know what the brain science says. It's the impulsiveness, it's the poor decision-making. But I can tell you that from this interview and from our discussions with Mr. Lewis, determination, fortitude, and his trajectory. I mean, he exhibits all these things. The fact that he stuck with his GED and earned it, that he then turned in from there and got his welding certificate. Now he's in Bible college. The programs that he's taken, his trajectory is nothing but up. His maturity is evident. We believe he is an excellent candidate. We are prepared to support him on a long-term basis if needed, working with him until he finds full-time employment and a stable long-term housing situation. We just ask this board to see this maturity, to see the serious JERROL Lewis of today, who's looking at his life as an upward trajectory, and we're here to help him through that. So we just ask this board to grant his parole today.
All right, thank you. And I think we have Mr. Curtis Lewis. We'd like to hear what you have to say, sir.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for allowing me to be here today, and I just want to express that I'm here to support my son in any way I can. I have observed that he has really developed, and more than anything, that he's grown close to God, and that's the thing that I've always prayed for, that my kids would know God and live a good, moral, clean life. And I'm impressed at how he has handled the music ministry, how he has been in church. I have been here several times to have church with him, and I see that he's not just doing something, he's doing something, but his heart is into it. And so that's what I'm excited about, and I'm willing to work with him all the way through. And he got all the support he needs. He got a family that love him.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you today.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, before we turn it over to Ms. Hutchinson, is there something you'd like to say to us?
Yeah, I would like to say that, man, I'm sorry for the trauma and the pain that I caused the victim and the victim families. I'm sorry. I would like to thank y'all for allowing me to present myself now as being mature and a man who could understand and accept responsibility for what he did and grow beyond it. I would like to thank each member of the board. I would like to thank Warden Falgood, Mr. Reservoir, everybody in here, my family. I'm just thankful and grateful that y'all allowed me this opportunity to sit before y'all. And thank you.
All right. Ms. Hutchinson?
Thank you, board. I won't take a bunch of your time. I think Mr. Lewis has been an amazing advocate for himself today. I do think, however, I would like to mention that I think especially in his case, like Miller tells us, the recklessness and immaturity of juvenile offenders are not necessarily who they are going to be when they become adults. And I think Mr. Lewis's rehabilitation and remorse have showed that his immaturity and recklessness was not well fixed at the time. And I appreciate his discussion about his education, and I do hope that the board was able to see the link in the packet of his speech, as well as his ministry clips that were included in the packet. If I could just draw special attention while we discuss his education, Exhibit 16 is a nonprofit that he created and wrote out himself, and that's a testament to his education and wanting to push forward and help the youth. He's continued to work with the Association of Literary Arts, paying forward the help that they gave him. And he didn't even mention that he does ministry rounds in the treatment unit and the cell block. This is next set of tasks if he and the things that he's done while he's up here. He has a low Tiger score, and as Mr. Myers said, the support of the parole, the Louisiana Parole Project. He has a large family that showed up to support him and has been here fellowshipping with him and watching him grow throughout the years. And so for these reasons and everything that Mr. Lewis has advocated for himself, we ask the board for parole. Thank you.
All right, I think we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Lewis, I'm going to be voting first. I enjoyed talking to you today. I really enjoyed seeing your face light up when you talk about your accomplishments and your education and your drive to move forward and keep going. I do believe that in your case, you know, the hiccup with the cell phones is an issue. I do understand that that was a time when your mother was ill, and I get that. I understand that. So I'm going to overlook that in 2020. I believe when I look at your educational achievements and how you took you 10 or 11 years to work and work and work and work and finally get your GED, in spite of what was perceived earlier as maybe a learning disability, to see where you've come is demonstrated growth and maturity to me. The fact that your music ministry is quite impressive. And that's a real gift. You were right. That's the Holy Spirit for you. So I'm glad you're pursuing that. My vote today is going to be to grant your parole to the parole project plan, which, you know, however long that is, to go through that program and the services that they provide. I would add special condition once released that you do perform community service work with the youth, teaching kids how to play music.
Yeah, I will. I will. I think it's good for the soul.
Just one vote. I'm just one vote. Mr. Roche?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. JERROL?
Yes, sir.
You had a splendid interview. You've come a long ways in 25 years. And I'm very proud of you. And I have a personal guideline as far as disciplinary write-ups. I like to see 3 to 5 years. And you just fall a couple of days short of 3 years. And I think it's compensated by your excellent interview. So my vote is the same, with the same conditions as Mrs. Renazza. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mrs. Jackson.
Lewis, I couldn't be more proud of you. Coming from where you started to where you are today is just testament to your determination and your character. So my vote today is also to grant with the same condition as Mrs. Renata. Good luck to you.
Man, thank y'all. I appreciate it.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, y'all.
Oh, that's all right. I have another
All right, we're ready for Mr. Shaw.
We had to get everybody out so we can get everybody in.
I get it.
We're bringing him in, Ms. Renata. Just bear with just 1 minute.
All right, we got it. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Shaw. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you this afternoon?
Thanks for asking. So would you tell us your name and DOC number?
Sean Shaw, 340462.
All right, and let's see, who do you have there with you today? That ain't go.
Ma'am?
Who's behind you?
Oh, Roy Hughes, ma'am.
Roy Hughes. Where's Terrence Wynn?
Right here.
Oh, good, I can't see him. Move over so we can see. Oh, there you are. Okay, good. Okay. We also have Mr. Kerry Myers with the Parole Project, and all three of your guests are going to speak on your behalf at the appropriate time, Mr. Shaw. Let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Shaw, you're classified as a fourth felony offender, currently serving an 80-year sentence. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in August of 2005. As a habitual offender, aggravated criminal damage to property. As a habitual offender, second-degree kidnapping. As a habitual offender, attempted manslaughter. You have a parole eligibility date, which is July 23rd, 2024. And a good time date, February 10th, 2084. Does all that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your case has been assigned to Mrs. Jackson. Would you answer her questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Shaw.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson.
How are you?
I'm fine. How about you, Ms. Jackson?
I'm good enough.
Okay.
How old are you, Mr. Shaw?
49.
How long have you been incarcerated on this charge?
19 years, and I want to say 5 or 6 months.
All right, so you were 30, around 30 when this crime was committed. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, by 30, you were already a fourth offender. You were involved in quite a bit of criminal activity. We're going to talk about that, and I'm going to try to figure out, why you think you were involved in that kind of activity. In 1994, you were on probation for possession Schedule 2, and that got revoked. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also had a disturbing the peace and illegal carrying of a weapon. In 1996, you had a simple battery and an accessory after the fact to first-degree murder and an unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In 97, you had a second DWI and a possession of, that was 97. In 2003, you had a possession Schedule 1. And so let's talk about why were you involved in so much criminal activity during that time in your life? What was going on with you? Why were you committing all those crimes?
At that point in my life, I wasn't taking life seriously, to be honest with you.
What does that mean?
Ma'am,
What does that mean, not taking life seriously?
I was just living in the moment. I didn't begin to take life seriously until
made it to Angola and began taking the self-help programs to prepare myself.
No, I know you want to talk about all that, but I want to talk about, because this crime was just,
Ma'am,
I said, the crime that you're serving time for was just totally, unacceptable.
yes, ma'am.
And so I'm trying to get an understanding of why you would even involve yourself in something like this. Even your own mother was a victim. And I'm trying to get an understanding of what was going on with you that caused you or enabled you to just be involved in these situations. And I don't want to hear that you weren't thinking, because everybody thinks. So I want to know specifically why you've been in prison now for 19 years and you've had the opportunity to reflect on your life and on your choices. And as you sit here today and you look back 19 years ago, why do you think you were doing all this stuff?
I don't think, I know why I was doing it, because I had abused drugs and alcohol and was making a lot of bad decisions.
Okay,
A lot of those bad.
When did you start abusing drugs and alcohol? What age?
At between 14 and 15.
And what kind of drugs were you using?
Marijuana,
What else?
alcohol, ma'am.
What else?
Alcohol and marijuana.
Well, you had possession schedule 2 and possession schedule 1. So it's more than marijuana. Now marijuana is schedule 1, but you had schedule 2. So it wasn't just
I never personally used the Schedule 2. I was calling myself trying to sell the Schedule 2 at that time.
And what was the schedule 2?
Ma'am,
And what was the schedule 2?
cocaine.
Right. Well, how often were you using marijuana?
Every day, frequently.
And tell me about your alcohol use.
Frequently every day.
Were you drinking? What was your drinking choice?
What was my drinking choice, you said, asked?
What did you drink?
Oh. Brandy, pretty much every day.
E&J? I think I saw that somewhere.
Parmesan, ma'am.
Parmesan?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you employed? When this happened, were you employed? Because you were 30 years old, so were you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of work were you doing?
Cement finishing.
Okay, so that was kind of off and on work, right?
Yes, ma'am, because of the weather. Yes, ma'am.
Like, you don't do cement finishing every day. How far did you go in school?
I graduated.
From high school?
Ma'am.
Graduated high school?
With a GED, yes, ma'am.
Well, that's okay. So you dropped out of high school?
No, I went from high school to my first incarceration. I never finished.
And what grade were you in when you got your first incarceration?
12.
And you got your GED while incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's talk about the day of this incident. Describe for us what happened.
On June 26, 2004, I made a bad decision.
I know, but what'd you do?
I kidnapped Jesse Jeter.
Who was your mom?
And assaulted Jesse. Ma'am?
That's your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the restaurant, the IHOP. What happened at the IHOP?
I went to the IHOP to talk to Karen Harris. She refused because she said she didn't feel comfortable coming outside with me. Karen Harris was my girlfriend at the time that I had recently, her and I had recently broken up.
So how did you know she was at IHOP?
When I talked to my sister Cheryl, she got on the phone and told me that she was at the IHOP waiting to eat. And Karen Harris got on the phone and said that's where they were. And I asked her, could I come to the IHOP to speak with her?
Okay. And did she say, oh yeah, come on?
She told me it was fine, but once I got there, she said she didn't feel comfortable. So I left.
Is that because of a past history of violence?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you left and went where?
I went to Jesse Jeter's residence, which is my mother.
Okay. And what did you do when you got to your mother's house?
When I arrived at the residence, my mother, which is Jesse Jeter, and I were talking about the recent breakup between Karen Harris and I, as to why she broke up with me, and we were communicating about the miscarriage that Karen Harris had recently had, and my mother was telling me that she didn't feel I was ready to become a parent because my life wasn't in order the way it should have been.
And what did you do when she told you that?
We were still discussing the issue, and she was telling me that it might have been best that it happened that way. My mother told me that.
Okay, I need the whole conversation, but didn't you attack your mother and your sister?
Ma'am? What you say? I can't understand what you're saying. Could you repeat that again?
Hold on, it froze up.
Go ahead. That's it.
Hear me? Can you hear me? Mr. Shaw, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
I had to move to another location because we're having technical difficulties.
Okay.
My question was, when you left your, the IHOP, you went to your mother's house and Cheryl received a call from your mother and she could hear you striking your mother and your mother crying. So you attacked your mother, isn't that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, and then you forced your mother into her own car, correct?
Correct.
And then you pursued the car that Karen Harris and your sister were in, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And you deliberately ran them off the road, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And your mom ended up unconscious and had to go to ICU And she was there for several days, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And then, Karen Harris, got out of, you forced Karen Harris to go with you into the woods, and then you hit her with a stick and threatened to kill her. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Where did all that rage come from, Mr. Shaw?
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Ma'am?
I said, where did all that
All right.
rage come from?
The rage came from me trying to process the miscarriage, the recent breakup, and the totality of everything together at one time, to be honest with you.
You know, we all face situations, but most of us don't respond the way you responded.
I agree. At that time, I didn't understand how to open up and communicate with other people.
Right.
And that's no excuse. However, since I've been in Angola and thinking for a change and victim awareness and
Okay, we're gonna talk about the programs, because you have taken quite a few programs. So what programs did you take to address your problem with drugs and alcohol?
I've taken substance abuse, anger management.
No, please listen to my question.
Yeah.
What programs did you take to address your drug and alcohol issues? Anger management doesn't address drugs and alcohol. I'm asking you about drugs and alcohol.
I've taken substance abuse, the substance abuse program
Which one? They have a lot
through the
of
mental
them.
health.
Which substance abuse program? Yeah, I know you're nervous. It's okay, but I just want to know, you know, you said you were using marijuana almost every day. You were drinking almost every day. I'm trying to find out, what have you done to help you deal with the drinking and the marijuana use? You know, what programs did you take that taught you about your problems? You know, when you have to look in your book.
No, ma'am.
When you have to look in your book, that means maybe they're just certificates in the book, but they're not in you. Because if they're in you, you could tell me, well, this program I took and this is what really opened my eyes. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I got where you are. It's not, excuse me, Ms. Jackson. Ma'am?
You took Living in Balance, is that?
Ma'am?
Did you take Living in Balance?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a substance abuse program?
Yes, ma'am.
What helped you? What did you learn in that?
I actually learned that if I have one of those situations to where I'm yearning for or having a desire for any type of substance, that I need to go to find the nearest counselor, someone I can talk to help me cope with that situation. Because thus far, I have been doing excellent by doing so.
Okay. Did you take any other substance abuse classes besides Living in Balance?
No, ma'am. Other than the 100-hour program, but no, ma'am. That's it. That in the 100-hour pre-release program.
Okay, you also took thinking for change.
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you get out of that?
I learned how to be a better thinker. If I encounter a situation, I learn how to remove myself from the situation to give myself time to think about it and make a rational decision about whatever situation it is.
What about victim awareness?
I learned that I have no right to victimize anyone whatsoever or take advantage of anyone, because I have to treat everyone just as I want to be treated myself. And I had learned to respect the boundaries of other people.
Thinking back, based on what you learned in victims awareness, do you think that back when this crime occurred, you felt like you had the right to control Ms. Harris?
Thinking back, do I feel I had the right to control Ms. Harris?
Back then, did you feel like you had the right to control Ms. Harris?
I don't feel as though I had the right to control her,
I said,
because I had the right to control no one.
no, I said, at that time, did you feel that way? Obviously, if you're trying to force her to be in a relationship with you and you're trying to beat her and, you know, run her off the road, to me, that suggests you thought you had a right to control her and her choices. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. Looking at it from that perspective, I would.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just trying to see if courses that you've taken a meaning.
Ma'am,
And that they, I said, I'm trying to see if the programs that you've taken, you've really taken them in.
oh, okay.
Whether or not
I heard you that time.
yeah, whether or not they've changed the way you used to think.
All right.
Okay, I know you're nervous, and I don't mean for you to be nervous. But can you see how what you did back then was an effort to control Ms. Harris and force her into something that she didn't want?
Yes, ma'am.
But now you understand what?
Now I totally understand that I have no right to do that with nobody, because everyone has boundaries that they have there for a reason. And you have to respect those boundaries as well as the person in order to receive respect from that person.
You have children?
I do, but I haven't met them personally yet.
Okay, so you never knew your kids. I'm just asking.
Ma'am?
You never knew your kids.
No, ma'am.
Okay, and the reason I ask is because you took inside out dads and
Because-
outside dads. So what made you take those programs?
I wanted to learn how to be family oriented and what to do in a family setting, because I actually didn't know until I took that class and learned what it was to be a family, what it consists of as far as in everybody participating and playing their part in a family setting.
Okay. You're also in Vets incarcerated rather?
No, I'm not actually a member of the club. I just assist them whenever they ask me to help them with
I got you.
different functions that they have for the prison.
And the same thing with the License Association. You help them,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? What do you do with the JCs?
I enrolled in their one of their educational programs
Which one?
as far as the what it was
It's okay.
they have a curriculum that consists of family values, life skills, what else?
What's your relationship with your mother today?
At this point,
Yes.
we are talking and still making amends with one another. Well, we talk frequently.
Okay. And you realize that you do need to make amends.
Yes, ma'am, I do. I started doing that with her and her husband, Harold.
I see that you've taken NCCER core curriculum. You've got certifications in welding and carpentry. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. What's your job at the prison?
At the prison,
Mhm.
I'm the East Yard Supply Room clerk. My job consists of ensuring that security and the inmate population is taken care of as far as in any supplies that security may need and any supplies that the inmate population needs, such as soap, toilet paper.
Okay, how long have you had that job?
Approximately 3 years, ma'am.
All right, and what kind of other jobs have you had?
I was going to school and I was going to school for carpentry and welding, and also I was a yard orderly at one time.
Okay. You have an excellent disciplinary record. You've only had 4 write-ups in the 19 years that you've been there. The last one was in 2011, and that was a defiance. So what happened in 2011? Do you remember about that write-up?
Yes, ma'am, that was for smoking in the dormitory.
Okay.
Smoking a cigarette in the dormitory.
Okay. All right.
It was around the time that they were phasing this tobacco out.
I got it. But that was the last write-up that you've had, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if and when you are successful, what would your plan be? What's your transition plan? What would you hope to do when you're released?
My transition plan is to go to the Louisiana Parole Project, and once I'm released from the Louisiana Parole Project, to work with the PIPES organization as far as in helping you not make the same mistakes that I made that led me to the point of where I am right now today before you.
You understand that, but also understand you gotta have a place to live and a place to work. So my question is, where would you live? And what kind of work would you expect to be able to do?
Prior to leaving the Louisiana Parole Project, which is geared towards helping me prepare to re-enter to society, I plan to have all of that taken care of prior to leaving the Parole Project. As far as in a job, because they prepare you.
Do you have family that you plan to live with? I mean, where would you live?
I was planning on going out of state, Dallas, Texas, and live with Anthony Scott,
Who's Anthony Scott?
cousin of mine.
All right. And have you talked to Anthony? Has he said, oh yeah, come whenever you get out?
Yes, ma'am. I submitted a letter that he wrote in recommendation of it, agreeing to allow me to live with him in Dallas, Texas.
All right. And what kind of work do you think you could do in Dallas?
I was planning on doing construction work in the field I was certified in as far as in carpentry.
Warden, what can you tell us about, Mr. Shaw?
You know, since coming here in, joining AUN in June of '06, we've only had 4 write-ups, as you alluded to earlier. He came in as a medium, worked his way up to a Min B in 2013, Class A trustee in 2015, and has maintained that. He's had some different jobs around the jobs, some of them that he's had. In fact, right now, the file clerk in the E-short supply room is for institutional need. So he has been moved around, and you know, sometimes we find inmates that don't necessarily want a job, so they'll figure out a way, even if it might be disciplinary, to get out of a job. He's never done that in his time here as far as work for us. He's done programming. We've not had any problems with it.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Ronaldo. That's all I have. Thank you, Mrs. Jackson. All right, let's, can we hear from the parole project? Are they still up there?
Yes, good afternoon. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project, here to let the board know that we're in support of Mr. Shaw. We recognize that his parole date is not until July of 2024, but we are prepared to provide him long-term transitional support. He's got 2 significant skills, both in welding and in carpentry. He's at that sweet spot in age where our employment enhancement program team can work with him. They work constantly with businesses and industries to place qualified clients in career type jobs. And we believe that that is a very viable option for Mr. Shaw. His record, his disciplinary record is exemplary. We believe that it shows that he knows how to follow rules and be in compliance with rules. His programming has proven that he is consistently working to improve himself. And we would just ask this board to consider all the factors here and grant us parole today.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Angola, did we hear from Mr. Hughes? No, here's Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
Yes, right here, I can hear you.
Want to say something on behalf of Mr. Shaw?
Yes, yeah, I come in to support Sean Shaw today. I was a former inmate here at Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary for 22 years. I paroled in June 2019. I was a Class A trustee, worked at the Mayflower building on in Baton Rouge, the parole board headquarters. I remodeled the building down there. I'm a certified carpenter too. I went to school with Sean Shaw, who is a carpenter. I was willing to support Sean Shaw. I have my own business, RLH Ventures, and I'm willing to give Sean Shaw a job and a place to stay if he needed.
Well, thanks for being there on his behalf, and congratulations on your success.
Amen.
Terrence.
Yes, ma'am. As Kerry Miles was saying, my organization Pike, where the parole project would let up on Sean and release him. If he's to be released, we stand behind him. We're going to support him in any way possible. If he needs a job in the Shreveport area, if he comes there, we can help him acquire a job. We can also help him get housing in the Shreveport area if he's to come there. But however, whatever, we just want to support the parole project and helping Sean get back to where he needs to be as a productive member of society.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Shaw, is there anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
Yeah, could you repeat that question? What was the last?
Do you have anything that you want to add before they vote?
Yes, I would like to thank you for allowing me to come before you today to be considered for parole eligibility. Also, I would like to apologize to Jesse Jeter, my mother, and my family for victimizing them and traumatizing them, and for just all the unworthy things that I warranted upon them. Also, I would like to apologize to Karen Harris and her family for victimizing her and her family, and all of the hurt and heartache that I put them through. Also, I would like to apologize to Danielle Adams and her family for victimizing her and the trauma and pain and frustration I put her and her family through. And also, I would like to apologize to my community for all of the hurt, heartache, and pain that I've inflicted upon it and anyone in that community that I've done it to. Thank you for allowing me this moment to speak.
All right, thank you, sir. I think we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Jackson?
Mr. Shaw,
Yes, ma'am.
there would be a lot of reasons to deny you relief. You know, one would be your criminal history, and one would be the just circumstances of this case. But honestly, the first thing that surprised me when I reviewed your case after reading the facts was that you have managed to go almost 20 years and you only had 4 write-ups. And generally, you would not expect someone with this kind of background and this kind of crime to only have 4 write-ups in almost 20 years, and the last write-up being 12 years ago. You just would not expect that, just looking at you on paper. I understand that you were nervous today, and
Yes,
you
ma'am.
probably didn't express yourself as well as you would have wanted to. But I did see that you gained some insight into yourself and the crimes that you committed. I think victim awareness, even though you didn't say it, I think victim awareness has helped you a lot. It
Yes,
helps you see things not from your perspective, but from the perspective of the people who are on the other side of this incident. You've taken some good programming, you've gotten some vocational skills, and you've done some service with the JCs and the License Association. You obtained and maintained a Class A trustee status. And all of those things speak to the fact that maybe you needed this time out. Maybe you needed to be where you are in that structured environment so that you would have a chance to learn more about yourself and learn some better skills. And I might be the only one on the panel who feels that way, but I think you have shown a tremendous amount of progress. And I hope that you are able to make amends to your mom and to the other people that you hurt. So I'm willing to take a chance on you, Mr. Sean. My vote would be to grant, based on your excellent conduct record, your good programs, and the positive remarks from Warden Falbu. My vote would be to grant your parole to the Louisiana Parole Project, and that you remain there as long as they feel that you need to be there until you can get on your feet. I think they're a good resource for you. Also, you are to not have any contact
with Karen Harris. You are to perform 5 hours of community service work with at-risk youth. You are to abide by a 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew. And that's 5 hours a month of community service work. Now that, I'm just one vote, Mr. Shaw, but that's my vote. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Rochelle.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Shaw, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shaw, based on the violent nature of the offense, you endangered the lives of multiple people, including your mother. Extensive criminal history, a poor supervision history, a history of violence. I think 20 years is insufficient time served for the egregious nature of the offense that you committed. The judge, the DA's office, law enforcement are strongly opposed to your early release. And I think you need some additional substance abuse education and/or treatment. For all those reasons, I'm denying your request.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Shaw, you're not real talkative, are you? Can y'all hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. You just don't seem to be real talkative. Is that just because you're not nervous today, or is that just how you are?
I'm nervous.
Okay.
What would you like to know?
I agree with what both of my colleagues have said. You know, I do have some concerns about you, but I did hear, you know, some positive remarks from the warden and from the parole project and the friends that are there with you today. I'm willing to go along with Mrs. Jackson and take a chance because you have the backing of the parole project. So my vote would be to grant to a long-term parole project transition plan until they determine that you're ready to go out on your own, so to speak, with the same special conditions that Mrs. Jackson outlined for you. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
So you got two favorable votes, one that was not favorable to your request, but you got two, so you've been granted parole today. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Right, you know, here's.
Is that actually gonna be the
And a little bit of technical issues, we're gonna try to link through this, I want to be sure you can hear us. Mr. Holmes, would you introduce yourself? Ooh.
Yeah.
Tell us your name and DOC number.
Oh, Andre Holmes,
Yes.
2676.
All right, Mr. Holmes, let me just read some information into the record and then we're going to conduct a parole interview with you. But first, I'd like for your lawyer to introduce herself to the record.
Hi, this is Julie Mudd. I'm Mr. Holmes' attorney.
Y'all can't see us, huh?
No, can you?
Okay, we're going to try to hook up. While she's doing that, we're going to continue with our preliminaries, if you don't mind, and we'll try to get the visual video up for you. And is Mr. Myers on with us also?
No, he's not in.
Okay, let me just go through the list of who's here with us while we're trying to video up. We have the Mr. Smith from the First 72, to Tatiana Wheeler. These are folks who are at Angola. Sandra Wheeler, Troy Holmes, Angela Holmes, Sheila Williams, Brianna Cooper, Miranda Yanta, Johnny Trask, and of course Miss Mudd. Mr. Holmes, you're classified as a 4th felony offender. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in April of 2009 to a life sentence as a habitual offender for possession with intent to distribute cocaine. Your parole eligibility date was determined to be February 24th, 2023. And you do not earn good time. Is that information correct, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, stand by. We're still trying to get the video up and then we'll start our interview with you. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Roche, so he'll take the lead on the interview.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Roche is changing positions. You ought to be able to see him in just a moment.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes. How are you?
I'm all right. How you doing, sir?
Okay, can you see the video?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, sir.
You're currently 51 years old, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been incarcerated for 16 or 17 years?
Yes, sir.
Which is it?
15 and a half.
15 and a half, okay. And you classified as a Can you hear me, Mr. Holmes?
No, can you repeat that?
Can you tell me what the first 3 felony convictions were for?
Well, one was for possession of cocaine, the second was possession, and the third one was possession with intent to distribute.
So basically all your convictions were drug convictions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you a drug user?
No, sir.
Or a drug dealer?
Drug dealer.
Have you ever used illegal drugs?
I smoke marijuana from time to time.
You never used anything stronger?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the programs that you've completed in your 15 and a half years of incarceration.
Well, I've completed anger management on 100 hours, substance abuse,
Which substance abuse?
What that is inside.
Living in balance?
Yes,
Okay. What's your current job assignment?
my current job assignment is on the grounds crew.
Okay. How long have you had that job?
For the last 2 years.
Last 2 years.
Yes.
What was your job before that?
I worked at the healthcare hall
Okay.
at the treatment center.
Okay. Are you a trustee?
No, not at this time. They told me to reapply for it.
Have you ever been a trustee?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you employed prior to your incarceration?
Yes, sir. I worked I was in a union at Local 60 and a plumber apprentice.
How long have you working on your apprenticeship?
I have been working there for 2 years.
How many more years do you have on your apprenticeship?
3.
Any vocational skills or
Yes.
training since you've been incarcerated?
Yes, I have welding trade, and I had started to try to finish my plumbing trade here, but the class was canceled because they needed a new instructor at the time.
Okay. So tell me what your transition plan will be if you're released.
My plan would be to go back to the Local 60, reapply for my own apprenticeship to complete it, so I have a job in place. I also have somewhere to live, and I have the support I need.
Yeah, where will you be living?
1411 Bartholomew, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Okay. And you'll be living with who?
Sandra Wheeler, my sister.
Your sister, okay. Then you have a new sheriff.
Can you repeat that, sir?
You're gonna have a new sheriff. Your sister's gonna keep you straight.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have three of those, I know.
Right. I got it.
Okay. Warden Falco,
Yes, sir.
can you please tell me if Mr. Holmes had any disciplinary write-ups between January 22 and May 22?
January of 22 to May of 22, correct?
Yes. Did he have any disciplinary write-ups?
He has one in February, one in March, and one in April of 22. One in each.
So that's 3 disciplinary write-ups between January and
May.
And then he has another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 disciplinary write-ups between June and November of 22. So that's a total of 14 write-ups. Last one is only 13 months ago. Mr. Holmes, that's totally unacceptable. You can't follow rules and regulations.
Yes, sir, I could. The reason for them write-ups, I suffer from gout. It's a medical condition.
Sir, there's a lot of people that suffer from gout. And if there was a medical reason involved in those disciplinary write-ups, I'm almost sure the officials at Louisiana State Penitentiary would have taken that into consideration. How do you account for a contraband write-up in November of 2022 because of gout?
No, the contraband is for my media player. It was altered.
How does a gout contribute for 2 or 3 aggravated disobedience?
That's how they write the write-ups up, sir. You write you up for 5.
Your write-ups
28.
Your write-ups for the gout were aggravated work offenses because you didn't report to work.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Holmes, I'm going to tell you right now, I can't vote for you today simply because of the disciplinary write-ups that you had The last one was only 13 months ago. And if it was 1 or 2 write-ups, it'd be fine. You have 14 write-ups in calendar year 2022. It's totally unacceptable.
Yes,
You
sir.
have to get write-up free for a period of at least 18 to 24 months, reapply if the other members see it my way. But I cannot vote for you today simply because of your disciplinary conduct. Madam Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Roche. We're gonna adjust the view a little bit now. I think we got something right up where you see.
We can see you up in the top right corner, but we cannot hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. They muted. We're having some technical difficulty yet.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes, okay, good. Sorry about all that.
There we go.
Okay. So we'll hear now from those who want to speak in support. First, can we hear from Tyrone Smith? See on this Zoom?
Okay, yes, ma'am. You hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Holmes. Asking that I'm with one of the founders of the First 72 Plus, and where we guys that get off the beaten path come to the program, and we had helped so many other people that come to the program, pretty much like Mr. Holmes. So we asking the board to if he granted release to come to our program. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. And there at Angola, we have Miss Wheeler, Sandra.
You can stay sitting down. They'll see you right there. Yes, that's why I got you sitting where is the beginning. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm Sandra Willis. I'm Andre's younger sister, the one he will be staying with when he's released. And I just feel that he has all the support that he would need from family, friends. Everyone is behind him 100%. And right now he has 2 sisters who's actually in training to be New Orleans police officers. So we have people who will keep him in line and keep him focused to where he can become the person that we all know he can be.
All right, ma'am. Let's see, your cousin Johnny Trask.
I don't know if you guys can see me. My name is Johnny Trask. I'm Andre's big cousin. Just to let you guys know, me and Andre worked together. He was a plumber. I was on the air conditioning side of the job, and I do have a little company. And if released, Andre is sure to have a job. I know Andre is a very good man. And we're asking from our family to you guys that if you give him another shot at this, he will be successful. So he's gonna have a job one way or the other. If I don't have no work, I have another friend of mine that has an air conditioning heating company also. We just got a contract with Xavier University yesterday. So we're gonna be real busy starting this Friday. So we got like 95 units we gotta do.
We gotta change out a lot of water source, condensers. And, we're gonna be real busy, so he will have something to do and until he can get back into his field of work, if that's what he wanna do.
We can't hear you, Mr. Knox. We just started picking you up when you went, when your video went out. Still no audio.
Step over by another microphone. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, before, Ms. Mudd, before I let him speak, I need to acknowledge Mr. Meyer from the DA's office in Jefferson. He has a few words to say. Mr. Meyer.
Good afternoon, Randy Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. And I agree with what Mr. Roche was stating. 14 disciplinary reports in 2022 is completely unacceptable. Plus, he had living in balance was the only substance abuse treatment that he said he had, and that was in 2010. I think it's pretty clear he needs some significant long-term substance abuse treatment, as well as a extended period of time with no disciplinary reports before he is released. We're opposed for those reasons.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Holmes, is there a statement you want to make before we turn it over to Ms. Mudd?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
All right. To the members of the board, I'm not the person I was when I entered this prison. I have done things that I'm not proud of, and I take full responsibility for all my write-ups. I take it. And I'm asking that you give me another opportunity to go home and be with my family and kids. I'm sorry for the things I've done. I'm sorry for the drugs I sold to people, because now I know how it affects them and their families and kids as well. I'm not that person anymore, and I want to do better, and I know I can be better.
How you doing? You got an appointment? It's 3 o'clock.
All right, good deal. Ms. Mudd?
Sandy, Michelle.
We're getting some sound from somewhere. I don't know if you all can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, we want to thank the board for hearing this today. And also, I would respectfully request that the decision be reconsidered about these write-ups. I don't know if the board received the full packet that I sent in. It was almost 200 pages. The reason for that was because the bulk of that was medical records. We had a doctor to review those medical records, and these are Mr. Holmes's medical records from his, the last 15 years he's been in prison. And I understand that we like to think that people always get it right and never write someone up when they have a medical concern, but I would just like to read a portion of the letter that this doctor wrote in regards to Mr. Holmes in particular and his gout flare-ups. It says, Mr. Holmes has a diagnosis of gout in his left ankle. It's a chronic disorder characterized by acute attacks or flares. For factors both genetic and environmental, some individuals have excess uric acid in the bloodstream, which results in the formation of uric acid crystals in the body tissues. The crystals result in a very strong reaction from the body's immune system, characterized by swelling, reduced range of motion, redness, tenderness, and often extreme pain. For example, patients with acute gout attack frequently complain that while laying in bed at night, the weight of a light cotton sheet on the affected joint is unbearable. The pain and reduced function from acute gout flares can often lead to temporary limitations in a person's ability to work, particularly if the work is physical in nature. Gout flares can occur in an unpredictable manner and can have a variable duration and severity. So that was from a doctor who reviewed Mr. Holmes's medical records that we provided to him. So I think that, you know, in some cases, I think everyone tries to do the best job they can when deciding when to write someone up. And I understand this would only apply to those write-ups that are for the work offenses in particular. But I would note that more than half of all of Mr. Holmes's write-ups are for work offenses. The gout, because of its unpredictable nature, doesn't allow him to know in advance, you know, when that flare-up is going to occur. So if it occurs that morning or in that evening before he's supposed to go to work, he would be experiencing extreme pain. And I know that that's difficult. You don't see it. There's no, you know, there's no blood or injury to view from the outside. And anyone who's not a medical expert, I would think would have a difficult time telling if that was a legitimate complaint or not. However, it is substantiated by hundreds of pages of medical records. So I do ask that that decision, based on the number of write-ups, be reconsidered. From that, though, moving on to the other thing, I would ask that the board take into consideration that he's serving on a nonviolent offense of possession with intent to distribute. He's been in over 15 years. He's not a violent person. He's not a violent offender. All of his convictions are nonviolent. They're all drug related. And as to the point regarding the drug treatment that he's had, you know, Mr. Holmes doesn't actually have a drug problem. Unfortunately, from a very young age, he was raised in the Florida projects. He fell in with some older peers who were selling drugs. And from the age of 13, he was essentially, you know, brought into that world when they brought him into selling marijuana. And he had a hard time overcoming that because that was, you know, where he grew up. Those were some of the influences in his life. And he unfortunately kept going back to that. And that's what brings him here today. But he doesn't have a substance abuse problem as far as actually using this stuff. So when asked, he isn't always selected. He is on two waiting lists. One is for victims awareness and the other is for a substance abuse problem. And what he's described to me is that the substance abuse class that he did take was helpful to him because it helped him to have empathy for those people whose lives he was affecting by selling the substances. You know, also as a healthcare orderly, that really was a changing point for him in that he was in a position where, you know, he really took care of people. And there are some nurses who wrote, there should be an attached letter in the packet, 3 LPNs, and then another person, I think Tania Robinson. They all wrote letters that should be in his DOC file as well, regarding his excellent work there and the compassion that he showed for the patients in that ward. And I think that he's really, since he doesn't have the substance abuse problem, you know, it's nice to be able to come in and say, you know, he's done the programming and he's recovered. But if he started without a substance abuse program, what we would be talking about is a change in thinking. And he described to me earlier that the program that helped him the most was thinking for a change. And, you know, the things that he has gone through since he's been in custody, including losing his mother, his deteriorating health with the gout, and some other things have just, including being a healthcare orderly, have really changed his perspective on life. He's older now. It's been, you know, over 15 years since this was committed. And I think that he essentially, you know, is rewired in the way that he thinks about things. Also, he does have, as you've seen, very strong family support. He would live with his sister. You know, there were a couple of other sisters who I'm sure would be here today, but they're actually in training at the Orleans Police Department. So they're going to be influences in his life as well. And they're actually in training right now. He also, has the application. We've attached the application that he was able to obtain so this isn't just, him speaking about it. He's actually taken action to obtain an application and brochure for the Local 60 training apprenticeship. He would also have the assistance of First 72 Plus, as Mr. Smith has said, and Mr. Smith also wrote a letter that's in the file. As far as letters go, I think we had about 20 letters in support of his receiving parole. It is unfortunate. I think that the fact that these, you see the 28s and the 5s, and I've looked at those 5s, which is the aggravated disobedience, and each time I don't see any instances where he is, being rude or doing anything to, doing anything that really speaks to bad character on his part as far as how he's responding to the officers. I think that they're charging aggravated disobedience because it has happened repeatedly that he has refused to work. And as we've talked about, he's refusing to work because the gout is extremely painful. While not visible, it is extremely painful and it is debilitating in a way. So we do ask that the board reconsider, and that the board, vote to allow him parole today.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. Mr. Holmes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever had a duty status because of the gout diagnosis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Roche will be voting first.
Yes. Mr. Holmes.
Yes, sir.
Based on a general disciplinary conduct that's unacceptable in 2022, you had a contraband write-up, you had multiple aggravated disobedience, and a theft write-up, opposition from law enforcement, opposition from the DA's office. And what I see is a need for additional substance abuse education, even though you were not a drug user, you sold drugs, and you need to get that education so you will see what kind of poison and what kind of pain that you put into individuals' life. My decision today is to deny your request.
Thank you, Mr. Roche. Mr. Jackson. All right, Mr. Holmes, I'm not gonna hold those aggravated work offense write-ups against you because I didn't see any specifics about it to indicate that there was anything other than your physical situation with the gout. So I'm not concerned about those so much. But I am thinking that you need some more programs. I think you can benefit from some more programs. I don't know, I mean, I'd hate for you to come back and have the same situation because you're getting written up for an aggravated work offense when in fact it's a medical issue, and I don't know what, the prison can do to help make sure that doesn't happen again. But I do think you need to take some more programs. Your institutional record is there. And I think that's probably because of the write-ups, but also because of your lack of programming. And so my vote today is to deny, but to encourage you to enroll in some additional programming and then apply again when you're eligible. And again, I don't know what the prison can do to deal with the fact that you do have this chronic condition. So good luck to you. All right, Mr. Holmes, I'm glad that you were able to get some insight in the substance abuse programs that you did take. I agree that you could benefit from some additional programming in that regard, just so you can see what, the impact in that. And I'm glad that you're in victim awareness, because you do have victims, even though it's a nonviolent crime. You've got some victims and families out there that your actions impacted. I too, can overlook the work issues because of the medical diagnosis, but you have some other write-ups in there that are pretty serious too, not to make it, I hear what you said it was, and the theft and so forth, and it seems as though you could have worked out being a healthcare orderly, you might could have worked out something with the administration to help you where you don't get so many write-ups, or maybe handle them in a different way where you don't get the number 5 also. So my vote today also is to deny, encourage you to continue in the victim awareness program, complete that, see if you can get involved in another substance abuse program. I encourage you to stay right up free, and reapply when you're eligible to do so. Good luck to you, sir. We have one more case. We're still experiencing difficulties. We're going to dial into you and do it by phone.
Okay.
All right. I think
Sounds good.
your phone.
Can you hear me now? Yes? No?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. I can hear you too. All right, Mr. Clark,
Yes, ma'am.
tell us your name and DOC number.
Ronald Clark, 491809.
All right, well, thanks, Mr. Clark, for allowing us to do it this way. We're having some technical issues. So, but we wanted to be sure that your family had the opportunity to say whatever they wanted and that you could hear it. So you are classified, Mr. Clark, as a third felony offender. You're currently serving a 35-year sentence. You were sentenced in March of 2005 for a manslaughter conviction. Is it St. Mary Parish?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your parole eligibility date is July 5th, 2024, and you have a good time September 1st, 2034. Is all that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have some folks who've joined us by Zoom. You have your sister, Joanne Beaton, your daughter, Chastity McCrae, another daughter, Vondrika Harris, and a granddaughter, Naja Sparrow. I'm sorry if I mispronounced her name. And we'll allow them to speak at the appropriate time. So your case was assigned to me, so I'm going to take, you can see them. You can see them on the Zoom, yeah. The case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to take the lead on the interview. So let's just get real started right away. The first thing that jumps out at me, Mr. Clark, when I look at your record, is you have a total loss of good time of 269 days. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then I look and I see that you've only had 29 of those days restored. How come?
Because the 90 days that I did send in, they was restored, but then they took them back.
Well, why is that?
Because I had got a write-up for a country.
You got another write-up, right?
Yes.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm, you know, when I review your record and I see what happened in this crime, you know, the victim was Miss Monica Richards. I'm very, you were in a relationship with her and you ended up killing her. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when I look at your record, you and she were in Louisiana visiting her family because you're from Florida. But your Florida record, criminal history record, is full of violence.
Uh-huh.
And that's concerning to me. I look at your prison record, your disciplinary record. You've got 40 write-ups. Your last high court write-up was in August of 2022, and that was for intoxication.
Yes,
right?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And that's very concerning because I see where you participated in a Living in Balance program, a Celebrate Recovery program, and you still get an intoxication write-up. So what do you say about that?
It just slipped. A relapse. I mean, going through COVID, we got people all around you dying and going on, so I just slipped.
Well, how old are you, sir?
65.
65. Well, you ought to have better control of your reactions, don't you think?
I do. It just, you know, it's just fluid over action. I mean,
What do you think about making a bad choice?
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm
Have
saying.
you ever done thinking for
bad choice
change?
at that time.
Have you ever done thinking for change?
No, I heard about that here. I'm from DCI.
How long you been there?
I've been to DC. I've been here for about 3 months, 4 months for physical therapy. I had a spinal surgery.
Yeah, are you in a wheelchair
Yes,
all the time?
most of the time.
And the physical therapy's helping you out?
It's happened.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Good. You had an injury at DCI or what?
I felt as a disc on my third or fourth vertebrae, loosened, and it landed against my spine.
Well, I think you're in a good place for your physical therapy. Let me just talk to the warden a second. Warden Falgout, is there anything you can say about Mr. Clark?
He AU'd into us May 30th of 23 for physical therapy. He's been living between, our assisted living dorms, which is Ash Unit on the East Yard and Ward 1 at Treatment Center. That's the only history that I have of it here with me.
Okay, good, thank you. So the intoxication, Mr. Clark, was at DCI, right?
Yes, yes.
Well, tell us what happened to Miss Richards. What happened to her?
We come here, we went to Atlanta, we went to a friend of hers wedding anniversary, and then we come to Louisiana for the 4th of July. We had went out that night, we came back, we laid down, we went to sleep, and when I woke up, I touched her, she was dead. And I panicked and I ran.
I think there was a little more to it than that. So,
Well,
I read the record and that's what you told your sister, that you fought, you and she fought, y'all made
yes.
out, you went to sleep, and when you woke up, you found her with a lot of blood and she was dead.
Well, the blood come from, she had tumors in her head and arms coming out on her. She had just had one a couple months before. Once they took that tumor out, her nose just started bleeding at random.
So Mr. Clark, so the batteries,
Yes.
history of battery and violence in Florida, was she also the victim of those arrests?
No. Monica and I we was like more friends, 100% friends, than really you could say lovers.
Okay. Well, I don't have any other particular questions. I don't see that my colleagues do. So let's hear from your family members. Joanne was trying to get in. We were trying to contact her. We can't get her on the Zoom. But let's hear from Chastity, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm the eldest daughter of Ronald Clark. I did write a statement. Is it okay that I read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, I'm the eldest daughter of Ronald Clark, and I am respectfully asking that my father be granted parole. Sadly, he's been away from his children, grandchildren, and now great-grandchildren for almost 20 years. I'm confident that my father accepts full responsibility for the crimes he's been accused of. Through counseling and treatment programs offered through the prison system, he has expressed to me great remorse. Furthermore, my father will have a strong support network of family who are committed to providing him with guidance, structure, and encouragement that is needed to endure a successful reintegration into society. These individuals, self-included, are confident in my dad's ability to lead a productive and law-abiding life if given the opportunity through parole. We definitely understand the seriousness of the offense and for his accountability. However, I believe that granting parole to Ronald Coleman Clark would allow him to continue on his journey of personal growth and positive contributions to society. The support system in place will also guarantee this. I kindly request that the parole board review this case with considerable compassion. I do thank you for your time and I trust in the wisdom and fairness of the hearing and the parole board's well-informed decision.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chastity. So we also have Fondrika Harris.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Ronald Clark's second oldest daughter. I feel because my daddy, we've talked several times about this whole case. My dad always felt remorse about the incident that happened between him and Monica. He's always took full responsibility for the case and everything. And I feel that the parole board should take in consideration that the time served, which has been 20 years away from his family, his grandkids, that he will be he will do well when he integrated back into the system, back into home. We will provide support for him, support that he's received in the system and everything. I feel that he will do his best. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for joining us today. And I mentioned that your granddaughter was also here, but she's not going to be speaking. Mr. Clark, you need to know there's some significant opposition to any early consideration release for you. That comes from the Sheriff's Office, St. Mary Parish, the District Attorney's Office, St. Mary Parish, as well as the Chief of Police. Is there anything you'd like to say to us before we vote?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm very sorry for the victim and the victim family and my family for putting them through this. Through my selfish addiction that caused me to not just think about myself and nothing else that landed me here. But through the years, I have learned and realized that when I got arrested for this charge, I wasn't just arrested, I was rescued. My rescue came from where I don't have to worry about those demons on my back anymore. I can be able to raise my grandkids, great-grandkids, and get to know my daughters again and be productive again. I hope that they'll forgive me as I forgave myself. I hope my family forgive me, which they always stay positive and with me through all this. I mean, for 20 years, I haven't seen none of my family because I told them I never want them to ever see me in a place like this. And this is the first time in 20 years I done saw them. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad they were able to see you today and speak on your behalf. Mr. Clark, we're ready to vote. I'm going to vote first. And you know, I'm really pleased to see that you have family support. I heard your daughter say that you know, you've accepted accountability for what happened, but I didn't hear that from you today. To me, it doesn't seem as though you've accepted responsibility for what happened to Miss Richards. I'm very disappointed in your capacity for decision making, because just in August of 2022, you got the intoxication write-up. You know, after you'd gone through substance abuse classes. So, and I'm glad you're at Angola. I'm sorry you had whatever your health issue is, but I think you're in a really good place to get some really good care. So my vote today is going to be to deny your parole because of your disciplinary record. And I think you would benefit from additional programming. So if the opportunity presents itself while you're there at Angola and you're undergoing treatment, take advantage of program opportunities, you'll have another opportunity to apply for parole. And I encourage you to do so after you got some more programs under your belt.
Mr. Clark, Alvin Roche. Mr. Clark?
Yes, sir.
Based on your disciplinary write-ups in 22 and 21, a history of violence, law enforcement opposition, I deny your request.
All right, Ms. Clark, I'm Bonnie Jackson. I'm also on your panel. Like Mrs. Renata, I was really disappointed that you didn't own responsibility for what happened to the victim in this case. But because of your poor disciplinary history, you're still getting write-ups. And the fact that you need more programming, obviously in the area of substance abuse. My vote today would be to deny your request, but encourage you to continue to take programming that will help you overcome your issues with intoxication, but also to help you come to terms with what you actually did to the victim in this case, and stop saying that she was bleeding because of tumors. That's not what happened to her. But I'm going to encourage you to keep working, but my vote today is to deny. Good luck to you.
All right, Mr. Clark, so today you've received a unanimous vote to deny your parole. You've got some work to do, and you can do it. Ms. Warden, thank you for accommodating us through all our technical issues. We appreciate your patience with us today. This concludes our hearings. We're going to adjourn. It's 3:36.
All right, bye-bye.